Hello. Um, let's go down with the loudness there and see if this works. Nope. Mm-hmm. But I think everything else works. Okay. We'll directly start. Do I need more light though? I'm not sure. I think that's fine. Okay.
We'll see where we get. Next steps would probably be to add in some targets we can hit with our projectiles and make damage mechanics. So that could include enemies.
Oh, before we go, I got a new controller. So maybe later we'll play some more Horizon, but I'm not sure. It's already quite late today. So I'm not sure. Spent too much today with other stuff. But yeah, so maybe later some Horizon Forbidden West. We'll see.
It could also include destructible objects. We'll see where we get to in the next video. So until I believe it's going to be part 5 coming up next, I will see you guys in my future video content. And once again, if you need the project files, they'll be available on Ko-Fi and Patreon for download. Hello everybody, Chris here, and in this part we're going to be adding some objects or enemies for us to hit inside of our 1-bit projectile platformer 2D Godot tutorial series. So we already have a projectile which is using a rigid body and being affected by physics. There's a couple changes I want to make. First off, I don't want the player to be able to actually physically collide with our projectiles like this. So we can do that just by moving the projectile onto a different layer or moving our player onto a different layer than what the collision is occurring here on, which currently is layer 1. So if we make a layer for player and enemy, then we can adjust that accordingly. Okay, so aside from that, for any object in the game we want to be able to be hit and take damage, we should create some kind of damageable component for those scenes. So we might call this something like health, or in other tutorial series I've called it damageable, which would have a health property. And we just need to make sure that anything damageable has that, so that our weapons can target the damageable component and deal damage to the health of that component. So let's start off with the first part of making it so that the projectile does not hit the player. If we go to basic projectile and we click on the root.
Okay, let's go. I think I named basic projectile just projectile.
Here. Then as a collision.
Oh, and he wants this. Maybe I want the music like one tick louder.
In Object 2D, we can come down here to the collision layers and we can see which layers it interacts on and which layers it interacts against. So the layers it's on is the layer section here, and the layers it connects with is the mask. So we still want it to affect the ground and run into.
I think I'm in the wrong spot. Okay, here's the spot I want to be. Not visibility.
To walls and stuff like that. Let's add a couple new layer names. So edit layers. Let's say that layer 2 is.
Wait, we have named layers already? We didn't name that one ground, I think. Player,
layer 3 is object, and layer 4 is enemy. Let's also add another one for hitbox. So when I have a hitbox layer, I'm referring to the area where an attack can hit a target, which could be like a player, an enemy, or an object, but not necessarily the physics layer of that player, object, or enemy itself. So we entirely might have a different collision shape for the hitbox than the collision shape for how the enemy stands on the ground, for instance. So we'll have that be a separate layer, and our projectile can hit both the ground and the hitbox layer, but then this hitbox on each of the characters is...
Damn it. This is in the way. Correction, hitbox is for dealing damage. Hurtbox is for taking damage. Okay.
Is probably just going to be an area 2D, so physical interactions like pushing the character out of the way won't occur on the hitbox layer. So let's hit close.
But does he want me to name it
that'll be good for now.
Hurtbox now?
So we of course want the projectiles to hit the hitbox like that.
Wait, but why? So is this just... Okay, got it. It's just naming the numbers. I see, okay. Okay.
That. And if we go to player, we want to change the player. Hit close there, and I think that'll be good for now. So we of course want the projectiles to hit the hitbox like that. And if we go to player,
the checkbox to hit the... I don't fully know if I get it correct or not. Like, this one is on the player layer, right? And then it should check for not the hitbox. But if we keep the projectile on the one layer, we will check it for the player, right? So the player should just not check for hitbox, but everything else. And then the projectile should be on the projectile layer. That would be what I would expect. But we'll see what he creates.
We want to change the player's collision layers from 1 to 2. Now, it's still going to mask layer 1 because we still want the player body to land on the ground. So we need that mask of layer 1 on the ground. But if I hit play now, our player can land on the ground, but let's launch some projectiles and our player should just be able to walk straight through it. Now that's not the case, so I messed up a bit somewhere. Let's see what happened. So if we go to projectile, it's still on layer 1. And that's probably the issue. We need to change this to a different layer. Let's edit layer names, and I could say layer 6 is projectiles.
Okay.
And then we move our projectile to layer 6. Okay, so now it's not part of the ground layer, so our player should be able to walk through it. Let's launch some projectiles, and some up there as well. And if I walk through it, okay, there you can see our player can no longer physically interact directly with the projectiles. Now when we add a hitbox of sorts to the player should still be able to be hit. Okay, also on the projectiles, I think I'm going to bump the gravity scale. They do fall just a little too slow. So on the basic projectile, let's...
Wait. Now the hitboxes do no longer interact with themselves. Right? And I'm not saying that's wrong or right, but is it the same for him? Is it what's expected?
Our player to a different layer. Let's edit layer names, and I could say layer 6.
I mean, to fix it, probably we just take the projectile and make it mask its own layer. Yeah, okay. Now it's like it was before. Okay. What else did we name here? Player, object, enemy. Okay. I mean, sure.
As projectiles.
We'll take it like that.
And then we move our projectile to layer 6. Okay, so now it's not part of the ground layer, so our players should be able to walk through it. Let's launch some projectiles, and some up there as well. And if I walk through it, okay, there you can see our player can no longer physically interact directly with the projectiles. Now when we add a hitbox of sorts to the player should still be able to be hit. Okay, also on the projectiles, I think I want to bump the gravity scale. They do fall just a little too slow. So on the basic projectile, let's take the gravity scale and make that 0.2. Hit play and try again. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a little better. And we'll hit play, try it out, and I think that's a little bit better. You can play around with numbers, so you can just change it to 0.3 in the editor, and now it should already fall faster. So let's go ahead and hit play and shoot a couple of the projectiles, and we can see that they already
I think I'm zoomed in more, aren't I? Player, level, camera, zoom 3.5. Did my gravity not affect it at all? Or is my launch speed just... Maybe I'm in the wrong spot, but I don't think I am. Okay, now it definitely changed. Well, let's see if I shoot upwards. Okay. I'm fine if it like goes up until where the screen ends, like close to that. I still think this looks really weird. I would need to see it in slow-mo, but to me it looks like it's going up and then to the right. But maybe I'm just not looking correctly. But okay, yes.
A lot faster, but not nearly as fast as the player does with the 1.0 gravity scale here. So it depends on how floaty you want your physics objects to be. Okay, so now I guess we should add in some kind of targetable enemy to our game so that we can shoot it with the projectile. So let's create a new scene. This will be a 2D scene. I'll change the type with right click to...
I just had a game idea. What if you are shooting and you can only delay it, but after a certain time you'll definitely shoot, and you have different projectiles, and then you shoot them out of yourself, and you have a limited frame in which you move from left to right, and then, you know, some just go straight up, some go to the left without you doing anything. So you kind of need to navigate where you shoot your own projectiles that you then need to evade, because they will come down again and damage you. So you're kind of needing to shoot them in a way that you will not hit yourself. Or it's Space Invaders, but your projectiles always come down again no matter how you shoot them. So you need to defend and kill all the incoming ships. But everything falls down again, so you need to be careful where you shoot, because you need to escape that again. And then if you place like a laser bomb, which will just be a straight up line laser, you can't cross right because for as long as it lasers here, you would damage a lot. So if you place it here and the ship comes on the left, you can't go over. I think that might be a fun loop. I will note that somewhere, and then we'll continue the tutorial. But the projectiles of the weapon come back down, and you need to evade them. Okay. It is noted. I think that wouldn't be too much effort to do. And could be a fun project after this before I go into the bigger one that I'll just painfully suffer through and not gonna make huge improvements fast. So maybe that's just the going back to a project whenever I'm stuck with a bigger one.
To character body 2D.
Damn, now my brain revolves exclusively around that thought and tries to find new cool ways to advance that game idea.
To our game so that we can shoot it with the projectile. So let's create a new scene.
Okay, what's our goal now?
Okay, so now
enemy,
we
right?
should add in some kind of targetable enemy to our game so that we can shoot it with the projectile. So let's create a new scene. This will be a 2D scene. I'll change the type with right click to character body 2D, or platformer character 2D actually. Since we made the class name, we can actually create the node straight from in here. We don't have to assign the script manually, because when we create as a new platformer character 2D, the custom script we created is already there. So that should be good there, and then we can extend to make it a enemy later on as needed. So let's just call this enemy for now, and I'll right click, add a facing node, because the enemy is going to need to face a certain direction just like the player. And let's select the enemy as the character node here, and then inside of here we'll do a animated sprite 2D. So for the animation, sprite frames.
Wait, I missed one thing, I think.
The enemy is going to need to
face
a certain direction, just like the player. And let's select the enemy as the character node here. And then inside of here.
Wait. Why does the facing not have property here? Oh, because I implemented this differently, right? I did it with owner. Yeah. Okay. But I think I saw more videos and like this more because it's type safe and just better reusable than this. We'll see. If I'll ever do an
sprite 2D
home project, we'll see.
Sprite frames, new sprite frames. We'll extend this and we'll get like our idle animation or something from the sprite sheet. So let's add from the platformer pack.
Oh, quick. Interesting. I think this resets when I restart the either engine or computer.
The frames we want for this enemy. So let's control middle mouse wheel to zoom in, and I think all the characters are down here at the bottom. So let's have in these frames for the walk cycle. Add 4 frames. We'll rename this walk.
He took these, right? No, these. I mean, sure. We always did 10 frames speed, right? So let's see how that looks. I think though this does not belong here. How do I duplicate this? I'm not sure if this is better than this. I think I want that as move or run. Ah, that again. Idle. And that will be this one.
And then add frames. We'll zoom in and
or maybe we need a dead one. Okay. Okay. Dead.
For the dead state. Oh, whoops, I forgot to create a new animation. So Control C to undo that, add animation. And then we'll rename this death animation, add frames, and grab the one where he's on the ground right there. So for both of these animations, change the FPS to 10 so that it's consistent. And if we go to walk and hit play, we should be able to kind of have our character walking there. Yeah, by the looks of it, we might want to take 2 and Control C to copy it, go to frame 3 here, paste it in, and then frame 1, copy that to frame 4 and hit paste. Is that better or worse? I'll hit Control Z a couple times, and that looks more sporadic. Obviously, the walking, we're just talking about moving a couple pixels here. It's really as simple as it can get. Yeah, maybe it's just better like this. Just the original 4 frames. Sorry.
I don't like the wiggling up and down, so it's for me it's either this or without these two. I think we go like this.
Our enemy from the platformer character inherits the move speed and...
Did the music stop? A problem occurred. I think it's running again.
The logic for jumping, currently ground jump is set to false, so this character can't jump at the moment. And we have the facing...
Enemy can't jump facing. We also need a collision shape 2D. Why did the music stop again? Maybe it works now. Okay, we moved the collision shape. Facing is there, but I don't know why we would need that. The thing is symmetrical, so it doesn't matter in which direction it runs. I also have no clue how to look at this. For me, it looks like a skeleton head with 2 legs. I'm not sure if that's what I should be seeing there. Anyway, collision shape. Like this.
Node, so if we need to switch its facing direction, we can do that. Though for this character, we might not even need to because it,
that's just what I said.
Basically is facing the front. Okay, so for our character to get hit, we're going to need some kind of hitbox node. So I'll right click on enemy and let's add a child node. So I'll right click on facing and add a child node, and let's look for an area 2D node, create that. So our area 2D node has...
I think he's just ignoring the general collision shape, right? Which is weird. But this way, because he doesn't want to put the general collision shape, only a hitbox down in the facing, he'll not realize the problem with we can't put that down there because then we get the errors. But as this is symmetrical, it doesn't matter because the shape will not change. But anyway, area 2D probably needs collision.
Shape, just like a physics body, like a character body 2D or a rigid body 2D does. But generally, it's not there to be affected by physics. So if something runs into an area 2D, it tends to just pass through it. But what the area 2D does is has monitoring and monitorable so that it can check if something entered it, or another area could check if this area 2D passed into another area 2D, and that would be the monitorable. Other areas can detect this area, and then monitoring would be able to detect collision bodies or other areas that enter it. Now, when that happens, all of that has to be handled in code. So basically on body entered or on area entered, you do something with that, and that would require you to, of course, create a custom script. So for this, I'm going to rename this to be, let's say, hitbox2D, and I'll add a script, and we'll attach this to, it's not even really a characters, it's more of a objects kind of thing, because a lot of games these days would also have destroyable environments. So that would be things like boxes or chests or trees. You'd be able to actually damage them as well. So maybe we create an objects folder here, and I might move characters directly into that later. So I have objects.
Okay. Wait, am I doing it right?
Folder here, chests or trees. You also have objects kind of this to, and I'll add a script, and we'll attach this to, it's not even really a
okay,
it's
he's
more of a objects
doing like that. Oh, I can't create the folder directly with a path.
Environments, so that would be things like boxes or chests or trees. You'd be able to actually damage them as well. So maybe we create an objects folder here, and I might move characters directly into that later. So I have
the
objects,
naming is so bad.
hit OK, and then inside of here, hitbox2d.gd. Let's create that script. Okay. And before we start editing that, let's save the enemy scenes. So Control S, I'll put it in characters, create a new folders, enemies. And for a name, kind of looks like a Space Invader from like the classic game. So yeah, why don't we just go with invader.tscn. So if we want, we can also move characters into objects. So I'll right click on the folder.
That's so weird, right?
Duplicate, select
maybe
objects
not.
folder.
He calls the scene invader, but it contains of the enemy script, which is a platform 2D character, so it's kind of fine if only the settings and the sprite edit are the difference. So this would not be called enemy, but something specific. Yeah, I can accept that. Logically, I think. It feels weird to me though that the highest node would not be named exactly as the enemy and then have special implementation every time. I don't know.
Folder and do move. Make sure it's not copy because that'll duplicate everything. We want to move it.
Maybe not.
And now
maybe I just need to imagine a virtual root node above this.
And all the references inside of the project should kind of update there. It's definitely preferable to use the menu here to move stuff rather than going to the file manager and moving it there. Just because if you move stuff around outside of the Godot engine, who knows what kind of missing references it'll cause for your game.
Yeah, I broke the game yesterday with doing that. Okay, we'll move it around, fine. New folder, enemies. But I can drag and drop, right? Like this. Invader. Okay.
So for our hitbox, rather than reacting to the projectile entering the area, I'll let the projectile detect if it connected with a hitbox and then read properties from the hitbox in order to deal damage to the enemy object or player. Okay, so in our hitbox class, first I will give the class name hitbox2d, and then we're going to want it to reference, let's say, the stats of our enemy, which will include the current health of the enemy, which is going to be the stat that we directly try to affect. So in objects, we could right click and create a new script. Let's make it a resource, and I'll call it object stats. I think that makes sense.
Okay. In objects, create a new object stats GD extends resource. Was it not named like that? Resource like this? Oh.
For now. Okay, and then we expand this. We'll give it the class name object stats. So this is a set of statistics about an object, and what's important to us is probably going to be export var max health, and then we'll have our current health. So for the health values of your game, you can decide if you want to make it a integer or a float. I think most games would just make it an integer, because if you read damage values on the screen and it's something like 0.2 damage or 0.2444 damage, it's kind of hard to understand. So usually full integer values is the way to go. So if we have every object have a default health of 100 before we change it, then we can do that. Probably say that the current health is also an integer. And we are going to want the current health to by default be set to the max health value. So, and we might change this later, but I'll try setting it equal to max health. So kind of when the script loads up by default, the max health should be set to the current health.
Without initialization.
Which is usually what we
Interesting.
want. There would be cases where like you load a game and then you want to load that data into this resource and override that value. But you can do that with the load function when you get to saving and loading data, which honestly, probably not part of this tutorial series, but just kind of an idea there. Okay, so in the hitbox 2D now, we need to have a set of object stats, export var object stats.
In the invader.
Of type object stats.
Oh, I'm always looking at the top tab, which is the invader, but the script tab is on the left, right? Okay, he's in hitbox 2D, which makes sense. Export var object stats, and then we'll need to assign that. And I think I need to reload so that the object stats object will be there. Or not.
If we click on the hitbox, that's a resource we can create. So new object stats. Now, these stats, we do want to make sure that they are unique to each enemy. So when we are basically creating, they are unique. If we click on the hitbox, that's a resource we can create. So new object stats. Now, these stats we do want to make sure that they are unique to each enemy. So when
Correct method covered later. Do save stat resource to project and mark local to scene under true under resource properties. Why though? Why shouldn't it be fine? Like, especially in this case, they are just a sub-resource of the invader. I will not copy the invader. Oh, I will copy the invader. But then still local to scene? Shouldn't that be enough? Why do I need to save this now? I don't get that part. It's now a sub-element of the invader. You see, it's even here as a sub-part of the invader. I don't see a reason to save this thing separately and then I'll be able to load it. Because I can just create these for every single one. If it's local to the scene anyway, it doesn't matter, right? But maybe if I newly create it, no. I don't see a reason to save this at all. But we follow as instructed. I just don't know how to name it. Object stats. And then we put it in objects, where the object stats are already.
We are basically creating our object stats here. You don't want to right click and save them to the project and then keep reusing the same resource like we did with these down here, the player import actions and player sprite frames is also a resource. Because we're not reusing them across different enemies. We actually have a local one for each enemy in our game. So if you just leave it right here, then that is going to be local to the scene. And if you need to put it into a different field, but within the same enemy scene, you can right click it and then copy and go over to a different script and then paste it in. And that's still going to reference the same one as far as I remember. So just be aware of that.
Okay, I think the saving part is correct. Just the ticking for local scene, not.
We're creating a local resource, not one that's global. For our project and shared across everything. Now, of course, another object like a UI can get reference to this object stats from the enemy, and that's fine. They can still reuse it in the UI, but you just need to have one per enemy or one per object in your game. And that's the important thing. We have our max health there and our current health, so we should be able to deal damage to the current health. I think I'm actually gonna rename the field here just to be stats, and then new object stats. So reason for renaming it just to stats.
My camera moved. I'm not sure. We'll just keep it like that. Okay.
Stats instead of object stats is depending on which kind of character is using this setup. The object stats actually will probably be a parent class to a child class like character stats. Obviously, an enemy is a character and a player is a character too. So we just need some kind of object stats to assign here. Any child class that inherits from here is also assignable here. So just calling it stats makes more sense. Okay, now our hitbox 2D, you can see there's a warning here that we need to have a collision shape. And also, we need a collision shape of the enemy as well. So let's right click on the enemy and create a collision shape 2D. So
we did all of that. Maybe we can just watch a bit.
Shape, I might want, let's say, a capsule shape, and let's make it very small. Also, the animated sprite, I'm going to go to that, hit W and move it up here. So remember, I tried to make about the feet area where our 0, 0 here is. So wherever we're standing on, that should be about where the feet are located. So either there or
true.
like right there.
So this should
that's
be
just kind of
here.
for consistency between scenes. So let's move the collision shape up. And then
Okay, so it actually should be a capsule, because it needs to be slightly higher because of the feet being weirdly shaped. No way. Can I not go... Excuse me? Excuse me? Why? Where's the transform? -5. -7. Wait, where do I want to be? -5, -6. Oh, okay. -5.5. Okay. But I'm fine with the hitbox being just this. Or maybe bigger even. Okay.
then shrink it to our character size. You can also rotate the collision shape, if I remember right. And then we can move this down and shrink the sides in. Okay, maybe that's fine. So it's like a 90-degree rotated capsule shape, and that basically gives us a sideways egg. And then for the hitbox, let's right click and add a collision shape 2D. So we need to define a shape here as well. If you want, you could actually right click on the capsule shape here, copy that, go to the collision shape 2D, right click, paste it in, and then you have the same shape here. But the transform needs to be set individually. So we could do something like -5 on the Y, and then 90-degree rotation. And now we have the same capsule shape being reused across both of these. One's -90 and one's 90. So I might want to change those for consistency. But because this is now a shared resource, I could actually go up here and expand the radius. And you'll see that if I go to the other object which uses this, it has the same
But in
radius
that case, I would save
because
that
it's
thing
actually being
and
shared locally within the scene. So that's kind of what I meant by the object stats. You
have it separate.
actually share it the same way.
It is the same, but a
pasting it
separate
within the
file
same
to
scene,
load
and
into
then
the stuff.
multiple objects are referencing the same resource.
But I then also would rename it differently, right? I would rename it specifically invader _ collision shape or something like that.
To the project. So let's go with that for now. The hitbox and the collision shape for the enemy itself are both the same, but we have the ability to change it anytime we want. So we could always just assign a custom shape 2D here, and it can be completely different than the physics shape your character interacts with. So now we need to make sure the enemy is actually on layer 3 or layer 4.
Wait, but is that correct? Shouldn't we do that in the collision shape? Oh no, because this is just the sub thing. Okay, yeah. So the enemy was layer 4.
4 for enemy. Okay, and
it should interact with... But shouldn't it mask, like, player, other enemies, projectiles?
The mask should be 1 because the enemy is going to walk on the ground. And you know what? I realized I got the terminology a little bit wrong here. So a hitbox is where you are to actually damage another character. A hurt box is where the character can take damage. So I need to rename this to hurtbox 2D.
Oh, so this shouldn't damage the player or other enemies. But it's just the collision, right? And the collision should be player, other enemies, and projectiles maybe not, but enemies like that should be the case. And then he wants this to be the hurt, but in this case, isn't it a hurt and a hitbox? Because if you touch it, you get damage.
And And in the script, we'll also call that hurtbox 2D.
I still like a lot the way he does stuff and explains stuff and puts it all together, but the constant correction gets a bit annoying at this point. There wasn't that much in the first 2 chapters, I think, but now it starts to be all back and forth, redone, I don't know. And as it was just a, I don't know, 20 minutes video, I could have just edited that out or something, or like the comment in between did another there, I don't know. But that's minor complaints.
And let's rename the script to be hurtbox 2D. So if we had like a melee attack, and it needed to be in a certain zone where it could hit another character, then that would be the hitbox. But this is the hurtbox because this is where it can take damage. And if we want to, we can also tell the collision shape, hurtbox shape. Okay, and this can be the physics shape if we so desire. So that the names actually make it a little bit more specific what's what.
But it can only be that if it's below that. I don't need that renaming.
So hurtbox is of course where a object can take damage. Okay, so then for the hurtbox 2D, I did create the hitbox layer, but let's actually add in a hurtbox layer as well. And I might want to, while I'm ahead, take projectiles, move that down there, and then put hurtbox here just so that they're closer together.
Wait, that works? No. It's still the same layer. We will not do that. We should do that because else I'd be confused with what is when he has different num names. So you're now a projectile. And you should interact with hurt boxes, maybe, depending if he wants to implement in the projectile or in the enemy. I think I would implement it in the enemy, so this should only mask... Wait, no. It needs to be hitbox, hurtbox. Hitbox to hit with itself. Damn it.
That I'll need to go back to the projectile.
Wait, no. This is, oh my god. You are projectile. Okay. And your mask goes with the ground and projectiles. This doesn't matter actually. As long as we don't implement custom physics here, it doesn't matter, right? Anything else? That's so weird. So the player... The player doesn't have layer 7, right? In the masking. And projectile doesn't have layer... I think hover over should give you the name. It does. Great. Doesn't have 2. So that's why they can't interact. But if I give one of them the collision, will it automatically make it for both? So if I go into the projectile and add the player... Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So the projectile was still pushed by the player, but the player was not colliding with the projectile, so the player didn't stop its movement, was able to go into the projectile, and that somehow was able to push the projectile. So if I want that, I should have it on both. That's good to know. Isn't this... Wait, we have the player, hand anchor, shooter. And that raycast is only on ground. If I want that to also not be able to cast inside other projectiles, that would work like this, right? Okay. So we don't have the weird bubbling up of the projectiles like this. Okay, but I think it's funnier like that.
Projectile, and make sure it's not on the hurt box layer, but the projectiles layer. So once you do name your layers, it's probably a good idea to keep them kind of set in stone so that you don't need to update everything. Otherwise, you'd need to come in here and manually change it. But let's make sure that the mask here can hit the hurt box instead of the hit box. Okay, so our projectile needs to be able...
Okay, so the projectile should hit the hurt box. So I guess he will implement the damage doing in the projectile, which I find really weird. I would do it in the invader to mask the projectiles and then implement the damage here based on the projectile. Because I feel like there might be way too many projectiles. And the damage one projectile does is really dependent on the enemy it hits, rather than the other way around. But we'll follow and see where we end up.
Able to hit a hurt box, and since we're doing it the way where the hit box is going to read the hurt box on entering the area, then I guess our projectile doesn't need to have its own hurt box area. So if we right click on the basic projectile and add a child node,
What?
hurt box on entering the area, then I guess you don't need to update everything. Otherwise, you'd need to come in here and manually change it. But let's make sure that the mask here can hit the hurt box instead of the hit box. Okay, so our projectile needs to be able to hit a hurt box, and since we're doing it the way where the hit box is going to read the hurt box on entering the area, then I guess our projectile doesn't need to have its own hurt box area. So
no, it does need to have its own hitbox area to be able to collide with a hurt box. So I would add an area 2D, give it a collision shape, be the collision shape a copy and then have this collision shape mask the hurt box layer, nothing else, and be on nothing but the hitbox layer. So this is now a hitbox, which when a hurt box enters can do something.
So if we right click on the basic projectile and add a child node, we'll do a area 2D, And then this one will also have a collision shape, 2D. We can copy and paste the same shape from the physics component, copy into here, just to keep it simple. Then I'll rename this to be Hitbox 2D. We'll add a new script.
Okay, he just said the wrong name. Hitbox.
Script. And this will be, I mean, Hitbox
What
could be
the good arguments for having hitbox and hurtbox separate? It's like the sword has the hitbox, right? And then the body has the hurtbox. But I don't know why it should be separate things. It's just both a collision, like it's both an damage interaction box. I don't see why it would need to be named differently. If I would want to damage the sword also by hitting anything, it would be the same thing. Maybe it would have different shapes, but it would be the same interaction. And then I think the only difference is that the hurt box would only be the box where I want to calculate the damage. Maybe.
Weapons. Maybe that makes the most sense. Yeah, okay, well, let's do that. And open.
Wait, he put it into weapons?
Maybe that makes the most sense. I mean, Hitbox could just go into weapons. Maybe that.
No, it goes to hurtbox. Just next to hurtbox. So he wants to give this a script, and it will obviously go just next to hurtbox.
That makes the most sense. Yeah, okay, well, let's do that. And open, save, give it the class name, Hitbox 2D. So this is going to be the area where on entering another hurtbox area, we can do damage to the object associated with a hurtbox. So for the hitbox, we want to connect to its own signals on the node section of on area entered.
Something like that. He wants to connect the what?
So do damage to the object in the most sense. Yeah, okay, well, let's do that. And open, save, give it the class name, Hitbox 2D. So this is going to be the area where on entering another hurtbox area, we can do damage to the object associated with a hurtbox.
Interesting. I would do it the other way around. I find this very counterintuitive. I wonder if that's a good reason to do the calculation in that direction.
So for the hitbox, we want to connect to its own signals on the node section of on area entered. So let's create a ready function where we connect to area entered dot connect.
Can I not just do underscore on area entered? Maybe not. I would have expected that to be possible. Okay, how does it work? Self dot connect like this.
On area entered. Okay, then we need to create the function. So
oh, I need to connect the signal. Area entered, exited. Connect to that. Okay. And now because we set up to only hurt boxes being masked. Only the enemy can be damaged. And this probably also has a parameter in there, right? It will have like something like the other body or something. Object of some type. Print hit. 2 few arguments. At least 2. I just wanted to check it out, okay? Callable flags. Connect signal by name to a callable. String name of the thing. Ugh. Callable. I'm not fully sure why it does not work. We use signal connect again, and we also use callable bind. Method which returns a new callable with the parameter binds. On player hit has 2 values. But why would I bind like that? I want the parameters to go in, right? I don't want to set them fixed. So if it says it needs, oh wait, it said it needs at least 2, right? So maybe what? I can no longer type in this block. I can no longer move. What? Damn it, how did I do that? I guess we try to fix this by just reloading. It's still there. What is that? How did I... At least it's gone now. Okay. Wait, why is it still... Didn't I do that change already? I'm so confused. Did I not save that? Let's see if this fails again. Maybe I just... Yeah, I probably still had self written there, even though I thought I renamed it. Okay. Also, the print is gone. But I wasn't in the hurt box, no. Weird. Okay, print... I heard you. And now, in the level, we will add invader. Wait, there was a different shortcut for an instance, right? Not sure if it makes an actual difference, but like this. No, it's now called enemy here. So this should also be named invader. Invader. Okay. If we put the invader in its cute little cave. Wait, where shouldn't it be here in output? First fixing the invader. Visibility modulate FF9900. And then let's actually run it from here and see if we enter these methods. We don't. When I try to shoot, oh, now the projectile exists. Sure, makes sense. But it doesn't do anything. Area entered. Third box has no stats. Why did they leave? Why did they leave us? Not that it mattered here, but still. And do I need to re-add this one now for it to work? Delete, but this will not delete third box, no. Invader. And the invader also, even though it is a player character, it does not have gravity. Probably because we need to activate gravity? No, how was it? Platform character to G. Gravity. Apply gravity. Yeah, because this does nothing. Some things here are really weird. And only in the player, gravity is actually applied. So we will copy player and put it here. Invader. And it will be invader. It should be actually enemy. Enemy. Okay. And then if we do it like that, we should also call it like that. Damn. What was my shortcut? This? Okay. Enemy. Okay, and then enemies. because we don't put direction on them, it's fine, but this way they will move and slide, and gravity will pull them down, but they will not move anywhere. Okay. And now we take this and actually replace the... And actually replace this with enemy. And now it fell off. Why can I push it? But I'm still not seeing the... Still not seeing the debug output. And I'm not pausing there. So maybe the area entered is named differently, or this, no, this is not named differently. Hurt box. Area entered, connect on area entered, hurt box. Wait, where were the events and signals? Area 2D from the hurt box. Area entered. I even auto-completed it, right? So... And this is executed, and this is linked, and it doesn't call that. I mean, maybe it needs a variable to work, because it like realizes, oh, I can't enter because it's not a valid method. But if it's not that, then let's check again. The hurt box accepts. Why is this reset? Why is the hurt box on this layer? I am so sure I put it somewhere else. So it be on hurt box. And it masks the ground. Doesn't matter what it masks. Could mask hitboxes, but probably won't matter. So now it should work. 5 and searches for 6, and this is on 6, searches for 5. Okay. Hitbox 2D. Why does it expect a hitbox 2D? Couldn't it be anything? I mean, it will be a hitbox, but we can't know the type, right? Oh my god, I thought my PC crashed. I heard you! And after we heard someone, we wanna... quit? No, how was that? 3. Q? Q3? At least I thought it was named like that. Oh, wait. Owner. Okay. And then from this hitbox, because we don't know what it is, we now could check if hitbox of type is instance of hitbox is instance of enemy that seems to work. If instance of enemy hitbox as enemy dot wait, oh no dot enemy dot wait, the hitbox is actually of type hurtbox to D, and therefore it should be a hurtbox. Hurtbox as hurt. I wonder if it needs that. I guess so. And it can't auto-deduct that. That I really like about TypeScript, that if I check for a type before, from there and onwards, it will be that type. Because I know it is. Shouldn't it have the property? Maybe it's not public. How did we call that? Stats. Oh, stats dot health, current health equal minus equal damage amount. This is such a weird setup. I don't like it. Because I would want this in the hurt box, even the enemy, so that the enemy can determine, you know, if something changed for me, I want to delete myself. Because now the hurt box would need to signal an event, right? So the hurt box, no, the stats even. How was that setup working? Set value and then just set the value. Oh no, it should go here. And then current health should be value. Okay. And then here we could do if current health is equal smaller 0, then we emit dead. edged and have a signal edged signal. I don't know, like this maybe? Oh, it was like this, right? Yeah, okay. So we signal that now, and then in the did I not do it like that? In the facing? Because I wanted to do it differently? Oh. Owner dot the direction is of the owner. Direction changed. Oh, because I want to do the opposite here. So I wouldn't want to do it here, but I would want a method of the owner. So it would be detched connected to the owner's method. Hmm. Current help changed signal on ready. Current health changed connected to on current health changed. We do if smaller 0 and then this should have an owner, right? Owner dot q3. Damn it! Identifier own. Oh wait, we are in the resource, not as we were before in the other thing. Mm-hmm. So like this. And then in that case, we can probably in the hurt box, in ready, stats dot connect. Let me Google that. Godot resource react on change. Not in the editor. Godot resource on change. I love it when people are just like, please do the question better. Dude, just answer. How to subscribe? Mid signal name unchanged. Maybe how to resource connect. Connect to resource. I guess maybe we directly connect and just say resource changed. Print something. Let's check in the editor node object property list script. I think we'll continue to follow the tutorial for a bit now because I am stuck. Because I don't know how to bubble the damage from the resource object into the actual hurt box. Because we would need to connect to the stats somehow. Change. Emit changed? Connect? Okay, I guess not. Well, then let's see what he comes up with, or if he switches up everything again. And then this maybe is not correct. What if I would try to get it from here? I now have the hurt box. I could take, I mean, I would hate it, but I could do this. Wait, let me do var hb equals that hb stats if hb stats dot current health. I'm always doing the parentheses, no, how are they called? Brackets? I don't know. Smaller 0, smaller equal 0, hb dot dot get parent. Now we have the parent of the hurt box, which would be facing. This is so bad. I could give the hurt box like a connection to whatever it is hurting, right? But I'm not sure if that's how, like, I don't know. Let's do export var target and make this a platform character 2D. And then we go here, and if the health is declined, we do target dot q3. But I would not like this setup. I don't know. I would just do it in the hurt box. This should not handle how I destroy stuff. This is just a projectile hitbox. But let's see if this works, and then we see what he comes up with. So now we just take the invader, save this, stop everything, and then see. Okay. Instance of in base area 2D hurt box. What? What's the problem though? Where's the problem description? Why am I looking at this now? Stack frame entered. Invalid call not existent function is instant of in base area 2D hurt box. This is not existing on this. In projectile, this area 2D. So do I just assume it is a hurt box? No. No, don't tell me that. What if it's just something different? I mean, then I can do it like this. But this will crash if it's something else than a hurt box. I should have increased the damage. Okay, now it's gone, I think. So that worked, but I hate the setup. Let's put 50 as default. Remove this. Relaunch. And we'll add some more of these. Full. Oh, damn it. I can't quickly add a lot of them? Oh, come on. How was it with the group? Was it just node? And then I say invaders or enemies. And then I move them inside there. No, I think we deleted the group again because it was not necessary to be a group or something like that. We made it a local scene group to spawn them in there. Just like the projectiles. Why did we move the projectiles here though? They will never persist. Oh, because we don't... Yeah, we want to find it at one place. And we don't want to, when we switch level, find another one. Okay. Okay, I will not be able to quickly add stuff. Let's move them in places. And kill them all, and then we'll listen how he solves this. Damn it. Okay. Okay.
Function underscore on area entered, and this gets a area 2D as a parameter. So I'll call it p area of type area 2D. And first we want to check if the area is actually a hurtbox area. So let's say if not p area is hurtbox 2D, we'll return. So that's just...
okay. So that's how it's done. Okay, so yeah, just do is, not this is instance of. Oh, instance of might actually be an actual instance of something and not the class, but this is an instance of something. Why does it not like that? Unknown word. Oh. Come on.
It's a simple way of skipping the rest of the script unless the condition is met. And then we don't need to keep everything within the if statement as well. So we could just come down here. We verified that the p area is a hurtbox. So inside of our function, let's convert the p area to a hurtbox if it is one. So hurtbox equals p area as hurtbox 2D.
Wait, is that? No, we don't need that, right? From now on, it's in hurt. It's still that. Oh, it didn't give me the autocomplete. Yeah, okay, I don't like that. Area 2D. Area 2D. Area 2D. var hurtbox. Area 2D as hurtbox 2D.
So if not hurtbox, then we're just going to return because we only affect hurtboxes with our hitboxes.
Did he just change the script without saying?
Hurtbox That's just a simple way of skipping the rest of the script unless the condition is met. And then we don't need to keep everything within the if statement as well. So we could just come down here. We verified that the P area is a hurt box. So inside of our function, let's convert
Why is he deleting
the area
it?
to a hurt box if it is one. So hurt box.
Or can we do something like is null
as hurt box 2D? So if not hurt box, then we're just going to return because
if not
we only affect hurt boxes with our hit boxes. And since we
okay. If hurt box is null, return. I would like that way more than not hurt box. I think that's what's implied with this.
verified that it's a hurt box now, we should be able to do something like hurtbox.stats. Yep. So we can deal damage to the character. So hurtbox.stats.current health minus equals, and we would say some kind of damage value here, right? So I guess it would make sense to have, let's say, a weapon stats resource for the projectile or anything else that hits enemies or players or objects. And then we can reference the damage value on that weapon stats. Let's see here. In the weapons folder, we'll right-click, create a new script. I'll call this weapon stats, and it's going to inherit from resource. So the weapon stats.
I don't really get the resource obsession. Okay, so now in the level, in the invader, in the hurt box, this hurt box will get a resource. No, the hit box. In the projectile, the hit box will get a separate resource for damage or other things, which needs to be specifically known to the hitbox because only the hitbox will handle them. Maybe I want it as a resource to use at different places too, so I can have the same resource maybe in a shop where we have the weapons. That would make sense to me. And then it could be also part of this projectile and change maybe the sprite that is used based on whatever I put in there. Okay. Weapons. New resource. What was the name? Weapon stats. What did I just do? Add new resource. Search. Oh, it just pre-selected resource. Damn it. Weapon stats. Open. Weapon stat. No, this is not what we want. Delete. We want a script to be weapon stats, be it resource. Okay, and then this one can have the hitbox damage amount, it could have something like export var name. And then here we would have an export var class name weapon stats weapon stats, and then we can do weapon dot damage amount, and we can also do print damage for maybe we cannot. I guess maybe it's like this. Okay. I think I saved everything. Let's see how this works. Invalid property or key name on a base object of type nil. True. True. We did not take the hitbox and create a new weapon stat and make this actually hit for 60 and be basic. Didn't we have a... I remember that we added something that was called basic before. Fireable resource. Where was the fireable resource? Shouldn't that be somewhere? Oh no, it was in the player, which shoots a fireable projectile parent group. And that defines where it's grouped. Was that everything we did with that? Fireable. I can see display name. So I would assume this actually should just be weapon. Maybe it's the weapon's projectile, right? Okay. But then this should have the damage stat. As that is what is spawned and travels around, and the weapon should maybe only know what projectile it has. So the resource would not contain... The resource would need to contain a resource. I wonder if that's possible. So this would just be containing the damage and be the resource of the weapon resource, which we then in the shooter assign here. And then the shooter shoots that thing. The projectile's resource is set with the resource from the... Or the projectile's hitbox resource is set with the resource from whatever was in the shooter weapon's projectile resource. That would be a structure I could understand. Okay. From percent basic 60. Wait, is the print working? Either I'm doing it wrong or the print is actually going just by colon rather than plus sign. Okay, basic damage for 60. I fell off. Okay.
That's class name, weapon stats. Pretty self-explanatory. We can give it export var display name, which is going to be a string name. We can give it export var damage. We're just going to make everything an integer in this game. Keep it simple, easy to understand.
I think I don't need to make it an
value if we want.
Integer, because with the colon equal, I take this type and that's always an int. And this is now a string name. And now it is just string. Okay, I think string name were constants, so I should have that always. But there's probably a shortcut how I can, like, you know, do something like this. String name. Just add it there. So not write this out. But I don't need that now.
Possibly something like 10, and I guess that's all we really need for right now. We can always add stuff to it. So our hitbox now needs to have reference to weapon stats. So export var, I guess we call it weapon stats here, just to be a little bit specific. Weapon stats, and then we're going to do minus equals weapon stats dot damage. So our hurt box has reference to the stats, and then we take the current health and we subtract
Yeah, I did just that.
the damage of the weapon stats. Make sure there's no diagonal slash there. Okay, then we need to create a weapon stats inside of our hitbox. So we'll do new weapon stats.
We also did
here.
that already.
And this will be the basic projectile weapon stats. It'll deal 10 damage. And we will save this to the project in case we need to reuse this. So right click, save as.
Oh yeah,
weapons.
that definitely makes sense, because that now is the basic we might use in several different places. Save as weapon. This naming is also weird. Basic. Yeah, this basic should contain the fireable, honestly. That should just be substats. Whatever. Basic weapon stats. Oh, maybe renaming actually is a problem. No, now it's okay, working.
Say new folder, weapon stats, and then inside of here, weapon stats basic. So that would work okay right here. But we do already have the fireball.gd, which has a display name. So I think it might be a little better even if we do export var stats and then weapon stats in the fireball script.
What? No, the exact opposite. Oh my god, I hate it. But we'll follow so that later we can easier do what they do. Weapon stats. And now, where would we go from here? Good that we saved it. So now in the player, when shooting the projectile fireable, it's missing the property. Oh, I didn't click it. And the stats now is quick load weapon stats, basic weapon stats, fireable basic TRS. Okay, so this one should be renamed. Because it's actually the basic fireable. And it should not be in projectile at all. I hope it's not all broken now. Let's reload again. Okay, so we have the weapon stats in the fireable now. That means we no longer set this in the hitbox, but rather when we in the shooter create the projectile, we do projectile dot hurt box get child how does this method work? Get child index include in yeah, but I don't know the index. Come on. Is there no find children pattern type recursive pattern matching by name? Oh my god, I hate everything about that. How else would we do that though? We would need to have a connect method on the projectile, and then the projectile would need to message its children and would need to do the same search pattern. I could set the resource at the projectile. And then in the hurt box, I could go over the owner and just expect the owner. I mean, I have the target. I could expect the owner to have the stats. Then I wouldn't have the struggle to, when I'm creating the shooter, to actually find the child here and do this. However I called it actually. Let's do that. Let's remove the hurt box stats. Put them into the projectile. They are no longer settable stats from outside. And then when we launch it, we just give the stats also. That was bullshit. It's not object stats, but weapon stats. And that means that the hurt box keeps the object stats. Projectile now has weapon stats. And then in the hitbox, we can go and get the weapon stats from the owner. Oh. And now we just need to check everywhere. Okay, hurt box stat. Let's just do a reload and then we'll see where all we need to set stuff because I messed it up. Hitbox has hurt box. As the object stats, it's 100 local. Okay, the projectile hitbox has nothing, but the projectile itself also has nothing. At least no resource. And then in the player, in the shooter, shouldn't we set it now for the shooter? The fireable? Oh, probably not loaded because this was missing. Fireable dot stats. Shooter. Okay, and now we have that. The stats are set here. We'll pass the stats through. And it should all work. And then with a different weapon, we just would have a different resource loaded. Basic fireable, basic weapon stats. So this would be one weapon now. And that has nothing to do with that. That could just live in the general part. And these would be named basic. Oh no. It's basic. And all these should go in there. And these should just be called basic. Basic. Okay, and this is what? I don't know what this part is. Oh, that's the entire scene, right? And then that's the script to it. But the script actually, okay. The script is general. So the script can go into weapons and just be projectile. And now we have fireable, projectile, weapon stats. And these in combination actually work as they should. And then the basic projectile has a projectile which has all the elements it needs with a hitbox and all of that. And then the player in general, players can have shooter, which has the resources that are here from the weapons. So with these resources and the projectile class, we can build any scene for that and can spawn the basic projectile as often as we want. So now I'm not sure. Oh no, this we need because maybe we don't want basic projectile, but we want a basic menu item, and then it would take the same resources or in a shop to visualize, and the stats would be the same, but it would not be this class which is meant for shooting and no, this class, damn it, this class which is meant for shooting. Okay, let's see if everything still runs. Oh, we killed one there. Oh, I clicked outside. I thought we had a short cut or something. A breakpoint, I mean. Okay, so everything seems to work. And we now set it over the shooter fireable that passes it through to the projectile. The projectile sets it for itself, and then when the hitbox 2D does damage calculations, it does it on its owner's weapon stats. And instead of having this be the owner, this could be again the target. And maybe I like that more. So this could be the target, and then wherever there is owner, it needs to be the target that actually, maybe we don't call it target, but we call it source. So the source should have all this information. Is the source a player platformer character? I think yes. The source is projectile. Source is projectile. Yes, okay, the source is a projectile. Okay, and then here in hitbox we would need to assign the projectile. And now it should also work. It doesn't. On area entered. The key source on a base object. I don't like that I can't jump into that location. So I need to launch from here to have that, or what? Oh, when I kill it, right? Hurtbox.source. Oh. Well, I might have replaced too much. Even though I didn't like this way of killing it in here rather than in a callback anyway. Okay, it works again. Okay. Let's continue the video.
So now if we save that and we expand Fireball Basic, then we can create a weapon stats inside of here. So new weapon stats. And if we edit the script, we'll just edit again on the script.gd. Then we'll just remove the display name there, because I guess the name isn't exactly the stats of the weapon. So we'll keep that separate. Okay. And now a Fireball Basic has the weapon stats. So anything else that would go in here, like the type of weapon, the damage it deals, maybe a checkbox for if it's over time, that kind of thing, we can all put that inside of here. If you wanted later, you could put a field for the basic projectile to have a reference to the fireable. So like the fireable resource that it was created from, you could put that here. But we
What? Didn't get that part.
Weapon, the damage it deals, maybe a checkbox for if it's over time, that kind of thing. We can all put that inside of here. If you wanted later, you could put a field for the basic projectile to have a reference to the fireable. So like
interesting. To the fireable. Oh, because there's more than just that, right? It has the icon, it has the scene, it has so much more. Okay, why not? Fireable. Fireable. Stats. No, we call this stats. Stats. Fireable. That's stats, and then in the hitbox, stats dot fireable dot. Can't you give me autocomplete on this a bit better? Damn it. So this has, let's call this a weapon, and it should have the display name. I don't know. This really weird everything. I can see in display name, okay, but actually this should not have a display name, but the weapon should. Because the display name of the fireable just doesn't matter. The weapon stats would be what I use, right? This is a composition of the actual weapon and information to render it. So this is kind of like not a fireable, but like a UI weapon or something like that. So this would be weapon period. No, actually this is a projectile, right? Oh my god, I hate it. Yeah, this is actually the projectile as a resource with the icon and the scene and everything. And then the weapon stats this is the projectile stats, this is the weapon stats, and the weapon stats they have the name and the amount and all that. Weapon stats. Weapon stats, weapon. So this is the information about the weapon that was used for this projectile. I mean, I hate to do so much back and forth. But I feel like I learn. So we have weapon stats, projectile stats, and then the projectile has projectile stats. And these are potentially dynamic now. Yes, we can set them, but we wouldn't need to. And then also in the launch, for example, this now, instead of having the fixed sprite that we put here, it could probably take the stats value and set that somehow in like func ready, and then we do like find node, find node animated whatever, and then probably be able to do like set sprite or something, or just sprite, and that would be stats.sprite. Spread or spreads.scene even. Why did we put the scene in here? Icon scene. Now the scene is to itself. Oh my god, I hate this. Is such a bad setup. Hi Obsidian, nice to see you. How goes the tutorial? I'm a bit struggling with the tutorial right now because it just I feel like the structure is now falling apart and nothing is as I would set it up. So yeah. Oh, this contained the scene, so this should not contain itself. Okay, fine. So I'm trying to change everything right now, or the part that I'm currently touching, so that it makes sense to how I would do it, and I understand it, right? So this is more like projectile. It's so weird. To be fair, there's 100th of ways to set something up. It makes sense that another person's tutorial may be doing things differently than how you might think it should. Oh yeah, definitely. But I think it's I don't want to like put all that blame on the person doing the tutorial, right? But I feel like it's more he's just writing the tutorial on the fly, and then it's not that pre-thought, and he's structuring it and restructuring it on the way, which is nice to see like what changes he does and why, right? Because he explains why he changes things, so that's really good. But for the state of right now, there are just parts where I think that he'll refactor them later, so I'm trying just to always be ahead a bit and try to fix things myself and then see how he fixes things, because I think that way I learn the most. And right now it's kind of that this basic projectile thing is weird in how it's composed, handling hitboxes and handling other stuff. So I have a resource that now has the name projectile stats, which is not really what it is. Actually, this should be just projectile. And that thing should be called projectile scene. And then this, the actual projectile. And the projectile then for some reason has its projectile stats. So this is basic projectile, right? So when I'm here in the how is it weird? I think I can give you like my weapon stats. Thought process in a second. Why is this now weapon stats and not a resource? when my damn, now I saved it. Projectile stats, be gone. I hope I not crash the entire project. Projectile weapon stats. Okay, and this is that. So why can I not load the weapons basic weapon stats? Okay, I can. Now this should be fine, and the player in the shooter has the basic projectile. It contains an icon, the scene that is used. This scene is the basic projectile scene. It has the basic weapon stats in the basic projectile. So the basic projectile combines the scene and the stats and an icon. And then in the stats, everything is contained. So the projectile has the icon, the scene, and the weapon stats. The projectile scene is just the scene with how it works, and it does not have projectile stats, but weapon stats. Okay, and then hides a global script class. Damn it. Oh my god. I run myself deep in a corner now that I try to fix things. A global script class. Damn. I have no idea what that even means. Okay, these are just instances. The hitbox now takes the source, which is a projectile, takes the stats, you don't have another script with the class name weapon stats. Weapon stats. I should not have that, but I renamed a bunch, so maybe I just need to reload. Sometimes it doesn't update in Visual Studio Code. Source is projectile. Could not find type projectile. What? Source is projectile. Okay, because it's now projectile scene. And now let's close stuff. Reload here. I think you named those classes projectile scene and projectile stats. Yeah, I think too. And I'm not sure the... Let me do a quick ban. Okay. So the scene is now correct. The player facing the shooter now takes not a fireable, but a projectile. And yeah, I think that's definitely part of it. It's the projectile not being correct. But then additionally, oh, let's first check if the weapon is fixed now. Okay, weapon state is fixed now. I changed nothing on that end. So now let's see the shooter. The shooter should take a projectile in its entirety. Cannot find projectile. Oh, yeah, in projectile, it's named stats still. Which I would like to have like this. Now it's working there. Now it's there. And now I can't name it like that. So I will name this part tinst. Tinst. And now projectile is there. That should work. Invalid cast can convert from node to projectile. Just throwing this out there, the guy in this YouTube channel does a lot of Godot videos and is currently doing a long-running FPS tutorial. Each tutorial is only 10 to 20 minutes or so. Let me see. Oh yeah, I saw videos of him. But I didn't see tutorial series, and I'm not sure if I didn't see any coding videos of him, only like the best Godot games, something like that. Maybe on playlists.
Welcome to the
Oh, but it's 3D, right? I liked his videos in general, so this might be interesting.
Hey everyone, I'm building an entire create, so we add a new desired weapon position based on our mouse movement. The same process applies to our rotation.
I think I like it.
Welcome to the Godot engine first-person shooter project.
I would want to do 2D actually. 2D. Damn, did I save it now accidentally? Oh yeah, that's this one. Yeah. Okay. Why does it tell me it has 2D, but I can't see it? Shouldn't be something. Oh, there. Godot beginner 2D.
We're working in the
from. Oh, but it's not the current engine, right? Yeah. Okay. And is this one the current engine? 23 for X. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely recall that. I get the 2D thing. That said, there are things he does through the series that works for the 2D or 3D. Oh yeah, I can see that. In any case, just want to share. Oh yeah, definitely. Thanks for that. I'll keep them in mind. I think I will go through the tutorial I currently have, just for the struggle of it, because like as long as I feel like I'm I'm learning, right? It doesn't really matter too much if I think that the video does exactly what I want, but I just question myself and try around, and as long as that's the case, I think that's still valuable. But then if I don't feel like that anymore, I'll definitely switch. And knowing that he has tutorials is very, very nice. I thought he just does, you know, like more commentating on things rather than actually have tutorials and coding. So yeah, thanks for that note. I'll definitely recall that. I also, in the tabs I have here in the window that's shared on the top right corner, I should have him there somewhere. Yeah, I have him here, but I just didn't know about the shooter. Okay. The shooter should have the resource. Projectile scene initiate. But this will be the scene we initiate, and then it will be the scene we add as a child. And now for sure everything will just work. So let's reload here and see if everything is stable. Maybe he will do like I definitely searched for, and maybe that's why I didn't find his tutorials. I searched for specifically 4.3 so that everything I see in the video is exactly how it is for me, and that might be the reason why I didn't find any of his tutorials, because they are not for the not specifically for the current engine, even though most things will probably be the same. Okay, so the shooter. The shooter weapon, basic projectile. The selected resource packed does not match any type expected. Damn it. I thought we were there now. Basic projectile scene. Oh, I named them falsely. This is the basic projectile scene, and this is basic projectile. Oh my god, I messed up everything just for a quick maybe I like this pattern a bit more. It's hard to explicitly find tutorials for point release. Oh yeah, they're usually targets whole release 3 or 4. Yeah, I get that, especially because a release takes time. A tutorial takes time, right? So if the frequency of new something like minor releases is just too high, maybe your tutorial started with a version and then ends in like 3 minor versions above that. Why do we have 2 scenes for projectiles? Do I? Can I hide myself? Where am I? Does this still work? Yeah, okay. Where do I have 2 scenes? Basic projectile scene and basic projectile. Oh, okay. Let me undo this. The basic projectile is just a resource that the shooter uses. It's a bit wild in my perception. This works now. So the basic projectile TRES contains an icon, a scene, which is the basic projectile scene, and the weapon stats of the basic weapon, and uses that when the shooting happens. So this is basically just the instantiation of these 3. Oh, that's a bit too low, right? You can't see there. These three are just special sets of these, right? So this is the general projectile information. This scene is like actually the scene with the behavior and all of that. It's just this one uses this, and then the stats is just stats. It's a bit messy, but like this, I get the structuring and why you would save it all separately and all that. So I'm fine with that. But his naming was just very different and weird for me. There was like a fireable, which I couldn't interpret why there was a fireable and where it would go. So this projectile GD was before named fireable and contained just the icon, the scene, and the name. So I was just confused at every end. Extensions are primarily scene resource. Yeah. Okay, I misread something. I mean, I misread a lot myself there. So yeah. Okay. If this runs now, you can actually continue the video and see if he does the same bullshit I did and struggles in the same way. So yeah, I'm not sure what was the last state that you saw, but double jump, rotating the wand, shooting breaks. Okay, no shooting for now. 1 second. That should be now in weapon name. We can still not shoot. Stats is not existing. Okay. Projectile.stats. Scene weapon. Projectile dot. Because this is a weapon. Weapon is weapon now. I promise I was able to shoot earlier. Okay, I'm able to shoot, but I cannot shoot when I hold down the ground. And when I do like place them there, I can step in them, but they will still interact with each other. And if you see in the top left corner, I can kill these enemies. But I don't like the way they get killed. And I hope that he has a better way, or maybe you have a better way than how I... Oh, this one is stuck in the ground. Then how I will do it, or I did it. But maybe that's also a setup problem. But why is it unset damage 60? Okay, but everything seems to work again. So we just look into this unset damage. Oh, because I didn't say basic in here for some reason. And now it should all be fine. Okay. Wait, let me show you. Where is hitbox? So I expected not the hitbox to be the calculation, but the hurtbox to the calculation. But he's now starting to have hitbox, checks the hurtbox if the hurtbox has the correct type. And then this part is only from me and he'll do stuff. And I'm fine with everything up here. So I take the hurtbox, I get the health stats, I put the damage amount on it and reduce the health, all fine. But then at some point the enemy must die, right? And with this setup, I can't, in the hurt box, handle that like well, because it's just a sub resource that has this health value. So I just checked here in the hitbox if the hurt value and the health is below 0, and then I kill the enemy. So I'm really eager to see how he, with his setup, wants to solve this. Or if this is, but because this feels like a bad way, and signals I didn't figure out how to. You need a signal. Yeah, but I can't signal from resources, right? I would need a signal in, oh my god, where is it? Object stats. Object. I would need a signal here, right? That's what I tried. You can signal from any object. Okay, but I failed to do it like this somehow. I even had a signal in here, and then I wanted to signal, but then I had the problem that I need to connect to this, right? So the object stats is just a resource, and in the, let me see, in the invader, which has the herd box and the object stats, I would need to connect to that here, right? So when I went into the invader in the enemy class, I didn't know how I could connect to that resource signal from here. So I had like, oh yeah, I had a signal here, right? Signal something. I fired it with signal.emit, but I didn't know in this enemy, which has the enemy contains this resource, right? Because here the enemy, which is behind the invader, has facing, below that is the herd box, and there's the stat. So I didn't know how to connect to the event of this herd box in the invader, you know, and that's somehow the problem that I had. Or in the herd box even. I could do it in the herd box, right? But I don't know, I have these stats here, how to connect. I didn't figure that out. You want a suggestion for setting up a signal? I mean, sure. I'll definitely try it. Wait, let me see my health changed. And then if this is set, health changed. In the herd box 2D, add signal. Okay. Oh, interesting. The herd box I put the signal. But then I don't do this, I guess. But I would now need to the setter for health values but the setter for the health value is not in the herd box itself, but it's in the stat object below, right? Here is current health. So if I have this now, the setter for the current health, I wouldn't know the damage thing, right? Then move the signal to the objects. Okay. 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 Okay, so I have the signal here. I have this. I emit the. I mean, I can't do a mount here, but I could do the other way around. 2. Never mind. Okay. I think I don't need the. I could do instead of this, for a simpler approach, I could just do is dead maybe, right? Or has died. so we don't have to handle like where damage comes from and where it goes and all of that. Or current health, or that, yeah, true. Okay, so we have that. Yeah, sorry. No, no, you don't need to be sorry. Totally valid too, especially because there's probably also a delay, so you won't directly know if I did it correct or not. In my enemy scene, yes. Well, there's the hurt box scene, right, which has this resource. So the hurt, like for reasons, right, but the hurt box has the stats, and the hurt box is contained in the enemy. Wait, let me show. So we now have in the hurt box the resource, the object stats on the right, which you can't see, the object stats. So in the, oh, you have that nest. Yeah, that makes it so weird. But I mean, it would be fine in the hurt box, right? So if I could just in the, damn, I need to also do this so you can see everything. So I have the nested object stats in the hurt box 2D, and that hurt box 2D is somewhere below the enemy script. So I think it would be fine if in the hurt box I could do something like funk handle death, I don't know. And then here I just do owner dot q free. I would be fine with something like that. So I would need to connect to the signal of the object here, right? The same, no, it doesn't. I could do that actually, true. But I was wondering if I could, you know, like here do, I don't know, funk ready. And then connect here, like stats dot health connect, something like this. Current val. If current val smaller equal 0, something like that. So now I need to stop it in the, so this now is gone. That health current value. I thought I had something similar and it crashed, but I'm not sure. Let's try this. That's a very legit way to handle it. Let's see if we work. We're like, ooh. And it works. Oh my god. What did I wonder what I did wrong earlier. Because I tried exactly that, but I failed to do. I don't know. I put in like a signal, but maybe I put the setup wrong with the signal. How would a signal without something I would define just like this, right? Weird why it didn't work. But nice. This is exactly what I wanted. It's amazing. Okay. So now we will see if he can do it as good as we do. Okay. Let me come back from the corner of shame where I was not knowing how to do stuff. Okay. You define a signal like a function, but without a body or return type. Okay. No, then I should have done it right. I think I had it like this, and then directly did the def signal. So I did the if check if smaller than. I did it here and then emitted the signal. Should have worked. I'm not sure what I did wrong. Probably something with this was just wrong. But yeah, I mean, it works now. It's great. So, with that, and thanks for your help. Definitely need it. Looking at how much I struggled, damn it. Okay, but good to know that resources can have that. Now we see how he does it, and we'll see you define a signal like a... Oh, I read that already. Okay. Let's see.
And the damage it deals.
Okay.
Maybe a checkbox for if it's over time, that kind of thing. We can all put that inside of here. If you wanted later, you could put a field for the basic projectile to have a reference to the fireable. So like the fireable,
yeah, that's what I did.
It was created from, you could put that here. But we don't necessarily have to do that, at least for now. So to make sure that this is the weapon stats from the fireable basic, I'll expand the resource. Basic has the weapon stats, so anything else that would go in here, like the type
Where does it reload?
Weapon, the damage it deals.
No, we need to listen again.
If it's over time, that kind of thing.
I think I paused the YouTube video too long, so it didn't no longer buffer, so it needed to restart the buffering.
The basic projectile to have a reference to the
we heard that already.
So, like,
we heard that already.
Source that it was created from, you could put that here, but we don't necessarily have to do that, at least for now. So to make sure that this is the weapon stats from the fireable basic, I'll expand the resource, and then I'll give it a name. Let's say basic fireable.
Okay, interesting. So he goes now into the player, shooter, the weapon stats, and names these basic again. I think I don't need that. That will probably just end up in the resource file, I guess, if I add this here. Let's see, if I go to basic projectile this, and let's do a screenshot, or maybe rather just copy, and then I name this basic and save that. Why is it scrolling down when I copy and paste? Yeah, I don't know what exactly that naming does, but I'm not sure if it's relevant. I would have expected it to somehow be a name in here, but maybe it's something entirely different. So we will just ignore that. And see what else he does.
Now if we close this, I'll right click copy this, and we go to the hitbox 2D, I'll paste it in here. Then we can see, okay, it's referencing basic fireable stats. So that's nested inside of our fireable base.
Okay, so he copies it to the hitbox, which I didn't. I think I was smarter there. I didn't copy it to the hitbox and then have it forced here, but I apply it. Oh, maybe I was not smarter. So I take the... In the shooter, I set the stats rather than use them there. You should want to copy resource instead of create. Oh, I didn't create or copy at all. I set it in code, right? In the moment that I shoot the projectile, because I thought that I want to reuse the component. But the way he set it up, this is a fixed scene anyway. In that moment, I still thought that this scene, because it was projectile scene, was a general thing. So I thought I shouldn't have this hitbox actually set the oh, you don't see the stuff I'm talking about, right? But in the top left corner you kind of can see it. Like have this hitbox actually have the same weapon stats, right? I could have done that, But what I did is I just set those things in code so that my projectile would be generic. Which I think it is now, and I should just not call it basic projectile scene because it is a generic scene now. A resource are cached. If you create a resource and copy paste it to another scene, both scenes will use the same resource object. Oh, I get that. How do I explain my... So I don't have a resource object. Wait, let me... In the projectile scene, right? The hitbox does not have the resource, but I actually in the script have it just not... but I'm not setting it here, right? I have it on the projectile to have the entire information. So my projectile, rather than the hitbox, has the weapon stats. And then I don't have it exposed, but I set this when I launch the target. So I could have, instead of setting this when I launch the target, because I just share the resource anyway, and the scene wouldn't need to be generic, I could have just make this export, and that would be kind of the way he did, not set it on launch, and then in the editor set this to the weapon stats. Yeah. And that would basically work exactly the same way, except that in the UI I need to select that, rather than it's always set by the code. If the return changed... defining via code gives you a direct difference instance between object. Distinctly different instance. Yeah. Yeah. Except if I copy it, right? Wait, let me go to... So when I launch these projectiles, I am in the shooter. This is also messy. Shooter. And the shooter takes this instant of the projectile, right? And it sets the direction and it sets the weapon stats. So I don't copy the weapon stats. I don't create new weapon stats. I set the weapon stats after I created the scene, the projectile scene. So like this is basically the resource object. So I think that's why it works for me. Because this shooter has this projectile resource, and I take exactly the weapon out of that, right? I take the shooter resource weapon, and then this I assign to the other one. Maybe missing something, but I think you're making it more complicated. Yeah, I agree. It's more complicated just for having one click less in the UI. That's the difference, I think. Because my way just is like 2 lines more, but I don't need to assign it here in the editor. Which I'm not sure if it's better or worse. It would be better if this would be fully generic and I wouldn't have this a basic scene but a general scene. Which I think it is going to be in that direction, maybe. No, it's not. It's not. Let's do it the manual way, maybe. So we remove this again. We make this export weapon stat. So now it's something that needs to be set in the shooter, we now launch it without setting the stats, because we don't need that anymore. And then here, we explicitly set it. And I think that's all the change. Here, stats, quick load, weapon stats. Okay, yeah, that basically did it. The only thing I don't like about this is that this now is potential error, right? Because in the player and the shooter, I have under the basic projectile the basic weapon stats, and I have the basic here. I have the basic scene. So I could now change this to basic weapon stats 2, but forget in the scene to change the here the source. Damn, that's not right. To projectile. 1 second, where is it? Where is it gone again? It is in projectile scene stats, so it should be here. How is it gone? No. I mean, everything works, but oh, I was just not looking correctly. It's there. Okay, here it is. Okay, I will make my point again, and then I continue the video to have my thoughts fully sorted. So the shooter, and that's the one thing I dislike, already has the basic weapon stat as the weapon sub resource. And now I could be out of sync if I and I have the scene here, which is the basic projectile scene, and I need to always, when I change this now, this basic weapon stat, also change it for the basic projectile. So that is what I prevented by setting it via code, is that I didn't need to have those two places in sync, because it takes it from this resource rather than I have to set it manually. That's the only change. Which also means that I would in theory delete it from one of the two. Like either not have it in here, like for now I'll just keep it like that, but I would either delete it from this resource or delete it from the other one. And I think I probably would delete it from this one because I don't need it here. Because when would I use this weapon stats? Maybe only in a shop where I would place this weapon and like give you its name and the stats so you could buy it or something like that. Never would I use the icon and scene information in that moment, I think. Rather the icon would go into the weapon or something like that, but this is specifically the projectile icon, projectile scene. So I don't think this belongs here. The weapon just shouldn't be here. And it should just be set here. And I think I can just make that change. What I would do. Okay, let's go. I will wait for the typing till I now change everything again. I'll create you would create a projectile base class extending node 2D. Yes. In the base class, I would add an export vars for the weapon stats. Yes. Then, when I want to create a new weapon, you would just create a subclass. I mean, it depends. If this is already fully powerful, right, and the stats define everything, you could just create this again and have the different stats. Create a scene based on the node to D. So this is the basic projectile scene. This is the basic projectile. You have it in there. Attach script that extends my projectile class. Yeah, okay, I see that. Yeah. And then custom behavior could go there. Yeah. I think I would be there because currently I don't have a basic projectile specific. I only have like general projectile, right? So because I have nothing specific, it's exactly that setup. And this is just unneeded to be set here. Then the new projectile. I'll define all the unique elements. Oh yeah, graphics stats. Yeah. And this is what happens here basically, right? And then there. So I agree. I would just remove that from here and then it's fine. Let me do that. Projectile. So we move this and we will rename this again. And it will be shooter. Why is it even a resource and not just the scene or something like that? Shooter. Now projectile is kind of fine here. It's kind of fine. Just shouldn't have the weapon scene. Yeah. Okay. Then for your launcher, all it would need is the projector-based object that it will instantiate. Oh my god. Instantiate, I think. The launcher doesn't care what projectile is, only that it's instantiating a projectile class node. Yeah. That's what it does here. It just did the weird double thing that, like, the scene here, right, is what it instantiates. So the shooter thing, the projectile launcher, actually has that. It just had the weapon stats on top again, which now are just removed from it and no longer needed there. Okay, yeah, I think it's now the way you said or just described. I want to switch to luck literature. I'm off for prep for my on stream where I'll be crying over my own project. You continue the card game thing. I wish you a lot of luck and fun. And that you make good progress and not too much crying. Maybe only a bit, you know? Only the minimal needed amount and not more. Yeah, thank you for your help and thank you for dropping by. I'll fix what I have here and then look a bit more into the tutorial. No promises. I'll try to keep my tears to only a lake's worth. Oh, okay. But not a drop more, okay? Yeah, have fun with those tears. At least you can swim with in them in the lake afterwards, so free seaside vacation, kinda. This now no longer exists. But it has stats now. So I would take the scene stats name and then it should work. It doesn't. Stats on base object of type packed scene. Projectile scene. Projectile scene. Oh, because it's just the packed scene and not directly only a projectile scene. Which is also weird. That it wouldn't be that. Why could it not be that? Node export is only supported for non-derived classes. Okay. Then we just cast it. Or we do it from the instance. Same problem. Okay. Scene as projectile scene. I don't know if const even exists. Invalid cast cannot convert from packed scene to. Oh, okay. So we couldn't access that information here. But I don't think the name setting even is needed anymore, because the projectile scene is named basic projectile, right? So no reason to do that. The only reason why we named them were so that in the debugger under projectiles they would have a different name. Oh, and they are called rigid body now. So name. What if I just take the projectile scene dot name? Oh, because it doesn't know that it's a specific thing. The first one is called projectile, just the stuff afterwards is not. Okay. I think we'll just ignore that. That's the only reason why I would need the weapon stats now inside there, because I can't go into the scene object to get the information. But I think it would be better in that case to yeah, either or. It should be only in one place in my opinion. So I should find a way to access this from the scene rather than from here. Or again, I remove it from here and set it over this, but that's also kind of weird because the scene should be stable in itself. Which means I would want to keep it like that, but just access the name inside the scene object, which it didn't allow me to cast. But the pinst Shouldn't that one know its own name? Yeah. This should do it. I hope. It does. Okay, fixed. Nice. Okay. Good. With that, I think everything is ready to continue with the tutorial and see what he does.
Basic. That's now if we close this, I'll right click copy this and we go to the hitbox 2D, I'll paste it in here. Then we can see, okay, it's referencing basic fireable stats. So that's nested inside of our fireable basic, but I think we should still be able to reference that properly. And then we don't actually need to have a external weapon stats because it's already inside of that resource. So I will just delete this folder for right now and just keep it nested inside of one place. Okay, so we have our weapon stats here.
Yeah, but it's not nested just in one place. He has it in the fireable, right? Oh, he puts the fireable in the hitbox so the scene contains itself? I hate that. Am I seeing this right?
To have a reference to the fireable. So like the fireable resource that it was created from, you could put that here. But we don't necessarily have to do that, at least for now. So to make sure that this is the weapon stats from the fireable basic, I'll expand the resource, then I'll give it a name, let's say basic fireable stats. Now if we close this, I'll right click copy this, and we go to the hitbox 2D, I'll paste it in here. Then we can see, okay, it's referencing basic fireable stats. So that's nested inside of our fireable basic, but I think we should still be able to reference that properly. And then we don't actually need to have a external weapon stats because it's already inside of that resource. So I will just delete this folder for right now and just keep it nested inside of one place. Okay, so we have our weapon stats here, and we want to make sure that that's the same weapon stats we use in the hitbox 2D. You can go into here and copy and paste that into the other one, but maybe we want to save this inside our project as well. So for weapon stats basic, I'll override it with this. You might need to actually make it unique first here by right click make unique and then save as in the project. Weapon stats basic will override that. Okay, and then if we click on hitbox, we need to make sure that's using this, and the fireable basic is also using this. Okay, and basically just make sure that they're actually using the same resource. That's the important thing. Now,
so we just delete it to recreate. Okay.
To the projectiles folder. I might actually do that just to keep everything grouped with one scene directly inside of there. And you can still search the project by the name of the resource here. So I'll actually just move that into projectiles. Then I'll create a new folder in projectiles. Let's call this the basic projectile. And I'll move anything that's associated with the basic projectile, that's these three with the basic name, into the basic projectile.
Well, that's kind of what we have.
So the scripts for basically creating a projectile are still up one directory, but the basic projectile associated resources and the scenes are nested in the same area. And as a result, I might not need the weapon stats folder. I'll delete that for right now. We can always recreate it later. And so basically, after playing around with the resources, putting them in the folder and referencing them between our different objects, at the end of the day, all that we're really doing is reading the damage value from this resource and assigning it to the current health of the other resource, which is the stats on the hurt box. So to test that that's working, let's hit a breakpoint and add one of these invaders to the level 1. So in level 1, let's search for invader.
I'll do a short
Let's add this guy
toilet pause.
Let's add one above the ground and just make sure
and
physics
then
is working. And another guy right over here. Okay,
we'll continue listening. Because I think we are quite advanced now with all we implemented and just want to watch the video and see if he did it the same way. So where is my breaks? I might have also eaten a bit. Well. Ooh, it's really late already. But I do want to watch the video to the point that we got now. Like to the next chapter. Oh, this is all hitboxes, hit, death, and what? Q free from scene. So we might watch till here actually.
Zoom in and just pixel snap to the ground. Okay, cool. So let's hit play. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to left click and select one of these guys in the inspector. So let's search for invader. Okay, what are they actually called in the scene? Let's see, enemy 2 and enemy 3. So I probably want to go to the invader scene and rename those to be invader. Okay, so on the object sets, so to make it easier to see it in the inspector, among other things, let's actually export the current health value as well. So now if we hit play and we shoot a guy and we go to hurtbox stats, we can see the current health there. So we can see that setting the max health to the current health didn't work. So I would just go into object stats and let's manually set the current health to 100. If you spawn a new enemy into the game, then after you spawn, you can just set the current health equal to the max health, whatever the max health is, if you want them to be fully healthy. Inside of our level 1, of course, let's make sure that these are called invader.
Wait, why did it not
2.
work for him? But it did work for us, right? Also weird that it's in the hurt box and not the invader. I would structure this entirely different and not put the hurt box, put it in the hurt box. Wait, I don't see it. Can I not see that information? Oh, I can. 100, 100. So it works for us. Oh, probably because we clicked the resource local to scene and that's why it worked for us. This here is why it worked. I would assume. There was just an annotation in the video earlier from him, so yeah.
And invader 3. So if you just type invader, it'll automatically assign the number after it. Okay, now we can go back into play mode. We can shoot our little guy there. And the hurt box will be able to see the stats. Okay, so we hit play. And let's shoot again. And let's see if the damage was assigned to the current health. Okay, it's not showing there in the object stats. So to show that the character is going to take damage, let's put a prints message here. And then we'll print the current health of the stats on the hurt box whenever we deal damage to it. Also, one thing I probably think we should do is go in here and change this to an export var and not have the equals health thing. That is just gonna have it set to 0. Resources work a little bit.
I think though I don't like it like this with a local scene something. I would rather have a separate full class that does dynamic stuff and have the current health not be a value below this resource, but have something that changes, never be a resource. I'm not going to change that now because it doesn't matter too much, but the object stats should just not have the current health. It should either be directly in the hurt box, and this would have a value that then on ready sets itself depending on the stats, or like the default health value. Or I would make the stats to be an entire component or node that I put below the hurt box. that handles it all. But just as a resource, I'm not sure if I like that. But that might be just my brain thinking of resources differently.
Differently than nodes where they don't automatically have like a on ready where they set everything when you launch a scene like a node would, but rather I think you have to manually set these values. So if we default this to 100, then the character's current health will be 100 whenever it's created. In your node scripts, you can have something like when the player character or the enemy is spawned into the scene, you just on ready, and then you rather I think you have to manually set these values. It's just gonna have it
Didn't listen.
current
Okay.
health. Okay, it's not showing there in the object stats. So to show that the character is gonna take damage, let's put a print message here. And then we'll print the current health of the stats on the hurt box whenever we deal damage to it. Also, one thing I probably think we should do is go in here and change this to an export var and not have the equals health thing. That is just going to have it set to 0. Resources work a little bit differently than nodes where they don't automatically have like a on ready where they set everything when you launch a scene. Like a node would, but rather I think you have to manually set these values. So if we default this to 100, then the character's current health will be 100 whenever it's created. In your node scripts, you can have something like when the player character or the enemy is spawned into the scene, you just on ready, and then you set the current health equals to the max health. But you would do that through a node, not a resource. So that's one of the limitations here. Technically, you can also use the
But it does work for us, so
that, but I think that might be a little
maybe
bit
that's
more
not
messy.
true.
And it's probably better to modify these values with the node script than
This works,
try
right?
to set them in the resource script itself. Okay, so anyway, when we hit the hurt box stats, it's going to show the current health inside of the console. So let's shoot at one of these guys. We can see on every hit, it takes 10 damage.
Let's see what we get when we do this. Value. Maybe this setting actually does something. Nothing yet. I mean, it works. I don't know why it doesn't work for him. Probably something to do with the local thing. With this property you can't see because I'm this property, I think. This local to scene thing. If true, the resource is duplicated for each instance of all scenes using it. At runtime, the resource can be modified in one scene without affecting other instances. Yeah, I think the initial scene for him too has 100-100, but all copies currently are 0 because they are not correctly copied or something. It doesn't really make sense. I don't know why it works for us. Okay, I just accept that I don't know why it works for us. And we continue to make progress.
Let's go over here for a bit. So that's all well and good. Now we can see that the character can drop below 0 health. So what we probably want to do is when a character drops to 0 health, that they are going to enter the death state and no longer be hittable. So that's what we'll work on in the next video. Having a character become immune to damage and changing its animation state from walking and moving around to the death state. So continuing on with our 1-bit platformer,
interesting.
now that we can
Yeah, I just remove them rather than
damage a object or an enemy.
Set the state. Damn it. I thought we were done and I can do other stuff directly. So in that case, I would do owner dot. I don't care if you can damage him more or not. Play, something like that, right? Dedge. How did I name it? Let's just check if it works. But I don't think this works. I think I need to find the child that is the animated sprite and make that do the play the dead animation. Yeah.
We do want to remove the projectile as soon as it does damage in this case. And also we'd like to change the enemy to be able to have like a death animation, which we already kind of set up in the animated sprite. But actually switching to that death animation when the enemy reaches 0 health. Also, when the enemy is at 0 health, it should no longer be damageable while it's being removed from the scene, which should occur a couple seconds after it dies. So let's close that. Let's go to the projectile window, the basic projectile. And I'm going to say on the projectile script, let's add an export variable. So this will be export var remove on hit, which is going to be a Boolean set to true, of course. So if we want the projectile to remove itself as soon as it hits another target, then we have this in here.
Oh, the setup is getting worse and worse. And this I don't use here, right? But I use it in the hitbox. And then check here if I want it free or not. I don't know. Don't like that. That forces now every area, like every hurt box. No, it doesn't make any sense to be there. Okay, I'll see how
so
you use it is, but I don't know. That's not
hitbox. So
how it should be.
Add in a @export var hitbox, which is going to take a hitbox 2D. And whenever this hitbox is assigned, we want to connect to its hit.
What?
Close that. Able to have like a death animation, which we already kind of set up in the animated sprite. But actually switching to that death animation when the enemy reaches 0 health. Also, when the enemy is at 0 health, it should no longer be damageable while it's being removed from the scene, which should occur a couple seconds after it dies. So let's close that. Let's go to the projectile window, the basic projectile. And I'm going to say on the projectile script, let's add an export variable. So this will be export var remove on hit, which is going to be a Boolean set to true, of course. So if we want the projectile to remove itself as soon as it hits another target, then we have this in here. So for that to work, we have to connect to the hitbox. So we'll add in a @export var hitbox.
Yeah, I don't like all
2D.
these connections he's doing.
Whenever this hitbox is assigned, we want to connect to its hit signal. Well, we haven't really created a hit signal, but basically,
yeah,
when it hits a target, we should have a signal that it dealt damage to the target. So in here, I'll put in
okay. So I just do I just pass that through? This is so messy. So if I would apply the same pattern he now wants to do there, the object stats on changed would inform the hurt box, and the hurt box would then inform the enemy that has the hurt box, or the player component that has the hurt box, the target, right? So what I could do would be target.health changed. This is what I would want to do. target dot health changed. But I don't know if that's possible to do like that. And I would force this to be nothing. And then in the enemy, I would overwrite it. So I would just, the hurt box would just pass it through to the target. So it would connect the health change of the stats that it uses to the character. And then in the character, this must be implemented. And it's just an override function. I don't know if overriding actually works though. And in the enemy, we then implement this. Let's see if this works still. It does. Okay. This I like way more. Now we're getting somewhere. Now I'm loving the tutorial again because this is kind of, now I get what the idea was. And I could, instead of health changed, I could now also go the other way and in the hitbox have the same thing that I have the source. So on ready, I could connect the source. I could connect a signal hit with damage int int, and then here we emit hit with emit with this, and here we do hit with dot connect with source dot on hit with. Target hurt box 2D What? Oh, hurt box. Okay, so this would work now. So I get the value. This would also be weird though. Because this could be anything. It wouldn't need to be a projectile scene necessarily. It should rather have a damaging object class. Yeah, still messy, but better than before. And now in the projectile scene, we could handle the oh, maybe these should not be private then by the name convention. In the hurt box. The hurt box is gone? No, there. This should not be private, right? Because it is not. Enemy. 1 health changed. And then in projectile scene. What did I call it? Hit with. On hit with. And we copy this. I was thinking about not giving the damage in here, but the source. And then you could do however you want to do the damage calculation based on what actually in the projectile scene is in there. Let's actually do that. Why not? Source. Should be a bit more flexible. Why could it not be used? Oh. Oh. Still not possible. Could not parse global from. Could not use export annotation because can't. Target. Hurt box unknown word. Maybe this is some circular dependency stuff. Can't be inferred. Oh wait. This way. I don't need the source at all. It's getting better. I don't need the source at all. And I only need the source so that I can connect the signal. So now I have a general component that as long as it has an on-hit method, it will connect and transfer the hurt box over there. So here, when the projectile hits, I can do whatever I want with it. And then this would again be a pass. And I would in the projectile not use the projectile, but this would get its own class. Basic projectile scene. That would inherit the projectile scene. And extend that. And now this hitbox gets the projectile set, which can be any type of projectile. On launch, on ready, it connects its signal on the hit to the projectile's hit method. That hit method passes it on, because this is just a function we can overwrite. And then here in the overwrite, we can take the target, do the calculation, and let this be freed. And then in the target, this change will trigger the hurt box change. The hurt box health change, which then goes into the target's health changed method. And the target here would be the enemy, which is again enemy, and then handle that. Or it would even be platform character and then pass to pass to health change. Okay. So if health changed and we're somewhere there, we do that. Okay. And what we also would want probably here would be timer. Create timer. Load in seconds. What? Maybe it doesn't work like that. We'll see how he does it. But I like our setup now. Let's see if it still works. It doesn't. In the shooter. But that looks correct. What did we change that would cause that? I think we changed nothing on that end. P-inst. Stats is null. Okay, stats is no longer null. Why does that sometimes reset and sometimes doesn't? And we can shoot again. And we hit the target. And we kill it. Okay, that's a better setup, I think. I still think that I wouldn't want to handle the hit here. I would rather have the hurt box handle the stuff and transfer the source there. So in the hitbox, I would rather here connect to the hurt box, or like have the hurt box and then do hurt box dot damage with the source, and then the hurt box would take that, signal that up into the enemy, and then here I would have the source and can do stuff with that. Yeah, seems to work. So
signal hit, and let's say target, which is going to be a hurtbox 2D for now, and then we'll say the amount, so the amount of damage that it dealt, if any. So when our hitbox connects to a hurtbox, we make sure it's a hurtbox, and then maybe as another condition we want to set that the hurtbox is actually hittable. So if it is a hurtbox, then we'll add in another check. We'll say not hurtbox dot get hittable, let's say, which is going to be a.
He had some additional. Yeah, what was this? Remove on hit. He had remove on hit for the projectile. So we can do that too now, right? Basic projectile scene. We can here now have add export remove on hit. Oh, this could even be of the general projectile. Remove on hit. True. Even though we don't use it here. And then here we could do if remove on hit, and only then we delete it. And now here in the projectile we have remove on hit, and if we do it like this, they will stay there. Which also means that if we do it, wait, so can we kill it with just one? Let's restart. In theory, because it doesn't move, it doesn't get removed. Yeah, we kill it like this now. Okay. But let's reset that to default. Okay.
Which is going to take a hitbox to target. We should have a signal that it dealt damage to the target. So in 2D, if any. So when our hitbox connects to a hurt, that the hurtbox is actually hittable. So if it is a hurt box, then we'll add in another check. We'll say not hurt box dot get hittable, let's say. So a hurt box script will be able to define if it is hittable or not. And if it's not hittable, then we'll return before we actually deal damage to it. So that means we need to jump into the hurt box script. So I'll right click here for the symbol, look up.
Yeah, I feel like that's a bit messy too, to do it like that, but we could do that too now. I don't like that in the hitbox we decide if we want to use the hurt box information or not. Is hittable. Oh, but that wouldn't even be like that, right? It would just be an internal state. Yeah, but I don't want to be it of the... So this would be of the hurt box, right? However he sets it up, this hittable will be hard to be set from the enemy. And this is where I would want to set it. Like no other way. And here I would want to handle it. And here there should be, if I have it to 0, I would do no longer hittable, timer, and then free it. But from here I cannot set that property easily because it's down the hierarchy so far. So if we would do it with our setup, we would need the target to get another connection. So we would do is hittable we could add a signal in the target, and then here we do target signal name dot connect, and then connect it to set hittable, and then here we have set hittable function, and in that one we set hittable. That would work. But I don't like that. Let's not implement the hittable yet and see how he does it if I want to implement it at all.
Function get hittable, which of course is going to return a boolean whether it's hittable or not. And for now, let's say return stats.current_health is greater than 0. If the current health is above 0,
that's how he does it.
Otherwise, it's not.
Wow.
We'll
could have just listened one more second. I think that's fine. But I don't think that's that should be the rule, right? There could be enemies which should be hurtable after in some cases. Okay. Get hittable.
Boolean or not. And if it's not hittable, then we'll return before we actually deal damage to it. So that means we need to jump into the hurt box script. So I'll right click here.
No, wait, it returns
and then let's add in the function get hittable, which of course is going to return a boolean whether it's hittable or not. And for now, let's say return stats.current health is greater than 0. If the current health is above 0, it's hittable. Otherwise, it's not, and we'll ignore it for projectiles hitting the target. Okay, now in the hitbox.
Yeah, as I said before, I would like my setup to be the enemy defining how it handles stuff, right? So I'm fine with having a component that I just add, like these hitboxes and hurt boxes, and that's fine with me to put that all in there. But in the end, I want to change everything and configure this entire thing in the invader. That's, I think, how I want it if I do a project myself. So I also wouldn't put the object stats in the hurt box. The object stats also would be in the invader, and then the hurt box just toggles it there. But for now, like for this, I can deal with this solution and just have this logic defined here, even though anything could be the rule for hittable, not just that. And hurt box dot get hittable. Okay. Let's see if that still works. Did you see that? Oh my god. I'm mastering this. Wait. Okay. I just shot the one thing in the air, right? And then the second hit from the side. Let's see if I can replicate. I shot one in the air. Damn it. Whatever. It still works.
We'll emit the signal hit if the target took damage. So let's say down here, we'll take the weapon stats.damage and assign it to damage dealt. Like this.
Yeah, we don't do that. We just give the hurt box in.
Damage with damage dealt. And we'll say.
And then here we do that.
And the target of the hurt box with the amount, which is damage dealt. I'll make sure that's spelled correctly as well. So damage underscore DEALT, no H, replace all. Okay, that should clean that up. So now there's going to be this hit signal that gets emit whenever the target successfully takes damage. And we want to connect to this on the basic projectile. So go to the basic projectile script. So we need to connect to the hit signal on the hitbox. You can do that when the script is ready, on ready. Or you could do it when the hitbox is set, which is usually kind of my preferred method at the moment.
Yeah,
so
I also don't like that the hitbox is part for this thing for him.
So set.
I like it way more that the hitbox is independent and just connects itself to its source.
So as it is right now, nothing's changed. But we want to unsubscribe from the old hitbox and subscribe to the new hitboxes.
And I'm fine with on ready. So I don't need the set changed thing for now.
Valid of the current hitbox, then we'll disconnect.
Specifically for these things that are fixed in the tree and won't change by the code, I don't think it's worth having the extra code to be able to change it.
Because remember, we just assigned that right
I'm not sure if there are other advantages for the set method he is using right now.
Connect underscore on hit.
Like this, right?
So now we need this on hit callback function on hit. And when we get hit, according to the hitbox script, we get a target and an amount as a parameter. So we want those same parameters in this function. So p target is going to be a hurt box 2D, and then the other one is p amount, which is the damage we took. And we can pass that for right now. So the amount here isn't exactly
okay, so we're kind
clear.
of
So I could say health change
here now,
or health change, p health change.
Because this we just do in that different place and switch it around.
Change there. Just to make it more clear exactly what this is. So the target gets hit, and then its health changes by an amount. And I think that's just a little bit more clear of a name.
Target gets hit,
so
the target
gets hit,
health is dealt,
we're just going to remove
then
this
other
projectile
stuff
from the scene. So we'll do, you could do Q free, which is probably preferable, because this gives everything else in the scene until the end of the frame to interact with this projectile, and then it will clear itself up. So to remove itself from the scene, usually I think you want to do Q free over free, because this will make it so that anything else trying to interact with this projectile has a chance until the end of the current frame to finish its operations, and then it queues free and then it frees the object or removes it from the scene at the safe time, rather than freeing it immediately with free, which usually works, but it may, I guess, lead to stuff like missing references to the object which no longer exists in the scene, but this removes it safer. That's generally my understanding. We could, of course, go right click and remove and kind of read through it. So yeah, it just gives it a second to be accessed until it's deleted is the general idea there. So it'll remove itself at the end of the frame. Okay, we need to assign the hitbox in the basic projectile script. If you wanted to, you could make it like an array of hitboxes and then do this for each one of them. I think almost every projectile in every game is only going to need one hurt box, so we'll just keep it simple for right now. Yeah, just assign the one hurt box. So now we want to test if this is working. I'm going to set a breakpoint right there and see if this part hits. I'll hit play. We shoot at the guy there. it gets Q freed. So
Okay.
that's going to mean that that projectile has gone from the scene. But if the enemy is already dead, then you can see that our projectiles pass right through it. So that's when we should play the death
Okay, so
animation
this is
on the enemy,
exactly how it
and then
should
remove
be.
it from the scene
He
once
just
that
forgot
animation
that
is done.
he had
So
the
let's
remove
see.
on
We
hit
can put the signal
property
on the resource object
that we have
stats.
already.
That's often a good idea because a resource is easily shareable
Oh wait, what should he
from the
do?
scene once that animation is done. So let's see.
Let me just on the side play around while he talks.
We can put the signal on the resource object stats. That's often a good idea because a resource is easily shareable between objects throughout your scenes as long as you have some reference to this. It's easier to share resources than it is to share nodes because a node has to exist in the same scene in order to grab its reference. So let's go into object stats and create a signal. So signal, what should we call it? Signal death, signal out of health. I guess we'll just go with signal death. You could pass in a value like the current health, but I don't think that's going to be needed. We just need to know that the object died, and then we can play the animation when that occurs. So when the health is set to 0 or less, when the previous health was above 0, then it should play the death signal. I think that would be correct. So we'll do that with a setter. So remember, colon at the end after the value, and then set, and with parentheses, the parameter value, and we're going to get the old value first. So old is going to be equal to current health, and then we set the current health to the new value equals value, and then if the old, let's say old is greater than 0 and current health is less than or equal to 0, then the character just died or the object just died. So we'll say death.emit.
Okay, this is now the interesting part. The hurt box, we do the connection here directly. So when the target gets damaged, we directly set the object state, right? So in the projectile scene, no. In the basic projectile, we did this damaging. This changes current health. And because current health is changed in the hurt box, we have the connection. So we go into the enemy and handle stuff here when health changed. So the checks he does now is exactly this. So what's the difference? Okay, so now health can no longer change because we are no longer hittable. So we don't need to check if the last result was 0 or not. Just doesn't matter. If it's smaller than, this happens only one time, no matter how often we shoot. Let's prove that to be true. Print check. Okay, and then run this. Oh, and we should get the console. Yeah, there's no more checking, right? Wait. Why are we still doing damage? Damaged 4 hits with we don't get here. Or can it not? Maybe it can't handle breakpoints that I set. It can, okay. Hurt box is not null. Oh my god. No, it's named like that. Why is it not going in there? Excuse me? Print test. It never checks this method. Why not? And why does it not crash? Is that maybe already a predefined method and we override the name or something like that? Huh? So like this we should crash, right? Damn it. Because I am stupid. There should have been an or, not an and. Right? Not that I now double stupid and... Okay, now we're going here. And now we should return there. And now we should check only once. Oh my god. That's such a stupid basic mistake to write and rather than or. But also one that if you just stop thinking and copy, you might forget and do wrong sometimes. Oh my god. Why print this? I know what's wrong. Not only did we need an or, we needed a nor. Or not. So if it's null, we return. Oh, and it's because I changed it. He had if not hurt box. So he had not, and like he had not here. Okay, yeah. I copied him. I didn't copy him earlier. This time I copied him and now it was completely wrong. Okay, let's check this. If it's null, we return. If it's not hittable, we also return. Else everything should be fine. Okay. God damn it, finally. And now we check it over and over, but it keeps being negative, so we never allow to hurt it again. So this check function in the enemy, it cannot be more than once, right? He has the check for old. It cannot be more than once. We can be safe that this will be the only thing. So we can do here, we can do the death play thing, right? A death animation. So that is what we now see how he does that, but we don't need all his setup, I think.
Hit save. I think that's pretty much all we need there. Yep. So we have this death signal and we can react to it now. So in the platformer character 2D script, every platformer character, if its health drops, we want it to receive that death signal. So we'll need a reference to the object
we have
stats.
that already.
So in our
but we receive the
platformer character 2D script, remember we still haven't made
health
this in
changed.
We
can do whatever we want, not just death.
Character. Then we will grab a reference to the resource we need. So at export var, let's say stats. Yeah, we could just call it stats for right now. And we probably will be calling this like character stats.
Okay, so now he adds the stats
yeah,
there.
we could just create character stats right now. So this doesn't exist yet. We need to
extend. Wait, what are character stats
under
now?
Objects, characters. I'm going to right click here and let's create a new script. We're going to call it character stats. And this is going to inherit from object stats because it's going to contain the same health that an object would. And in character stats, we'll give it the class name character stats. And we're going to leave it alone for right now. Now back
But then
in
we cannot
Invader,
give the
we'll
hurt
just
box the
save
same
this
thing,
script
so
again,
it wouldn't work.
And if we click back on the script, we might need to
We'll
reload,
wait
but
this
it should
time.
pop up here.
I will not do
So
the
let's
same
reload the
mistake
project if you
and
don't see it in
try
the
fix
inspector,
everything and then
there
wonder.
we have our character stats. So character
Yes.
stats inherits from object stats. So if we do a new object, we can see it still has the max health and the current health. So every damageable object has a health, and that can include characters, which could include players or enemies. So it starts from something generic and it goes up to a more specific character, and then player, enemy, and probably NPC.
So we're now
After
kind of
that,
at the
getting
point
more
where
specific and accumulating the different properties along the
I
way.
wanted to
And
never put
that's
the
basically
object stats here, but always wanted to put it into the invader and let the invader handle everything. Rather than have this. So the hurt box would just be there to inform the invader. And here we wouldn't have this connected, but the hurt box would just have a method apply damage, and that method would then emit the signal of the amount of damage, and the signal would be in the hurt box, and then this here wouldn't be there. I think that's nicer. We'll do that in a sec if we fully know what his plan was.
programming inheritance in a nutshell. Okay, so when our platformer character dies, we want to play the death animation on it. So let's connect to the character stats signal, and I'll do that once again with a setter. So if the instance is valid on stats, then I'm going to disconnect from it before I assign the new one. And the reason I've been doing this with most of my properties is just to prepare for the case that there might be a situation where you actually change the stats out or the property that we're setting in each of these fields with a different one. And whenever we change it, we want to make sure that we're not connected to the old signals and that we connect to the new signals. So in most cases, it's not needed because you only assign one stats to a character. So you could skip the check and just connect to the stats signal.
That's what we're doing.
That would look something like stats equal value.
And this is also exactly what he's doing now. We just did.
And so if you assume that in your script that you're never going to change the value, then this will work. It's just that if you change
just a different spot than where he does it.
Might be connected to two different objects. Because each object you assign here is going to have its own death signal, and then you're connected to them, but you never disconnected from the old one. So it's just kind of forward thinking, right? So if instance is valid on the current stats, then I'm going to disconnect from it. Stats.death.disconnect _ on death. And then down here, we just kind of do this, copy paste, tab this over, and now you're disconnecting from the old one and connecting to the new one. So in the event that you change it, you're prepared for that.
So here on the change we have that.
So we need to create a on
in the hurt box we have the connection
function _ death, and when that's the case, we want to play the
implementation is here.
Animation. But you know what? Now that I'm looking at it again, I think we can break this up into another script as well and just keep things even more separated into their respective components where it makes the most sense. So what we want to do is change the animation. So really, instead of grabbing a reference to the animated sprite and changing it in this character script, we could actually just extend animated sprite 2D to have a connection to the character stats, and then the animated sprite will handle changing its own animations. So let's rename this to be character sprite 2D. Right click on it.
I don't like that.
Attach a script, and we'll put this in the characters folder. No, it's
at all.
From
I don't
sprite
want
2D,
like
so we'll create that.
I don't want to have 1,000 specialized components, and then everywhere I need to set some combined stat object. I need to do way too much in the engine for that. I just want to define my enemy class and put my boxes below, and then it works. So what I would do would be an general animated sprite thing that would automatically connect to its owner or something like that. Maybe he's going for that though. Let's see.
That. Now let's grab from the platformer character 2D script. Click
I start to
here.
get less
We'll just
happier and
cut and
happier
paste
with the
this away
tutorial actually.
into the character sprite 2D like this.
It's just a bit
And
too
in
much all over the
Invader,
place. I think if he would have structured before what he wants to do, that would be amazing. But this just gets messier and messier.
let's grab on death, and we're going to go to the character sprite 2D again and paste that in there. So now any object that has a character sprite 2D, or should we even call it an object sprite? Because I guess like a tree or something would need to have a death animation too, wouldn't it? So yeah, let's make this even more generic. I'm going to rename character sprite 2D to be object sprite 2D, and we'll move that up to the objects level. And in object sprite 2D, we're going to have the on death reaction where we set the animation. So class name object sprite 2D, we have the connection to the signal right here, and then we need to on death, we're going to play the death animation. So I think it might be a good idea for our game if we have consistent naming for these animations across all of our objects, so that when anyone's working in the project and they open up a character and they see the list of animation names, that they know exactly which animation corresponds to what. So we should have a list or a resource of names for those at some point. Now, I don't remember. In data, we had a groups name resource, so that would be kind of similar. We could just have a animation names resource as well. So that's what I'll go with for now. Let's right click on data, create a new script, animation names. Oh, whoops. Snake case animation names. So lowercase and then separated by an underscore. Create names. Let's go into this. It's a resource.
I don't think I will do those parts.
Class name, animation names.
I would structure that differently. I think I would do an enum, and that enum would be global, and then
okay,
I switch over the enum, but still have the specific names per animation.
Names, and I will just call it animation names.tres. Okay, now we go back over to the character sprite 2D, and let's export.
Well, the problem is that I'm not getting there where he is now.
Yeah. Animation underscore names, which is of type animation names. And now when we actually play the animation, we just reference that field from the resource. So let's see, a animated sprite I think has a play method. So we play the animation name. So rather than...
Yeah, so my problem is that I would need to create some kind of like animated sprite 2D that can be reached from the parent, right? So all I would do here, rather than how he does it, I would just want that available here in the invader, in the enemy class. And I would love it to be automated, but I think that's not possible. So the most generic way, because it's anywhere in the tree, would just be to add that to the invader, which he also like talked about, but chose a different way. But I don't think, to me it does not feel more generic actually. Any animation sprite, a sprite of type animations. Did I mistype? How is it called? Oh, animated. Oh, okay. Animated sprite 2D. I think I prefer this. And then here I can just do animated sprite dot play death. But those I will definitely have fixed. How was it? Isn't there like const var something? Death? Wait, let me go here, there, this, enum. Enums are basically what? They say that enums are worse than other stuff? Didn't I just read enums are worse than resources for reasons? Let's read that. Oh, constants. Oh, just const. Okay. So what I would have done is const anim death const anim run const anim idle and then have an enum that is all these. Can it not auto syntax that for me? Cannot. Anims animations dot death. Cannot pass a value of enemy animations as string type. String name type, right? I mean, I could just do that directly. Enums are basically a shorthand for constants and are pretty useful if you want to assign consecutive integers to some constant. Oh, maybe enums work differently here. Cannot be named as strings. I see. If you pass a name to the enum, it will put all the keys inside the constant dictionary of that name. This means all constant methods of a dictionary can also be used with a named enum. Keys in a named enum are not registered as global constants. They should be accessed prefixed by the enum name. So I could define an enum out of these values and just abuse the names, right? So I could do enum animations with death run idle. Oh, without these though. Oh, that's not really pretty. Animations dot death dot key, something like that. In theory, okay, it doesn't work. Okay. So enums won't work here like I thought. But it didn't give me the expectation that I had with being references bigger than, right? Where was that part explaining me why it's bigger than? Bigger than reference. Wait, so this is just not existing in here? Okay. We'll go with this way for now. I don't like it. And I would want this to be differently defined, I think. But I also don't like the resource creep that he creates, where everything now is a resource everywhere, and you need to copy and paste so much, and you need to save so many files and all of that just to have 3 constants. Like, I don't know. Let's see if this works. This will also mean that here we can control everything and say func ready, just for testing. Animated sprite dot play anim idle. Well, let's take the... It doesn't have the property? It does. Okay. Here, animated sprite. Save that. Play. Oh, this is not the player. Right, this is not the player. But it did work, right? No, it didn't. It didn't. Didn't. But why not? I feel like nothing is animated playing for us. But he's dead now. We will continue the tutorial and see what's happening there. Let's see that we reach this point still, but I think we do. Yeah, we hit this. And we play death, and death just does nothing. And we can't go in there. Let's check that this... Oh my god. Dead. Idle run. Might that have been the problem? I'm not sure. So let's start with run. So if we would start with run, yeah, that's the run thing. And then now, if in the enemy we start with idle, it should start with idle. And this is idle. And this is dead. Oh my god. Finally. Now we just need to know how we can do a timer inline and then free afterwards. Timer. I saw that before, how you could do a timer just in code. Godot timer in code. I'll research and then you will be able to see it. They are adding the timer to the tree. Okay. Okay. important. If you do this, this would be this. Process or physics process function. If you do this in physics or physics process function, more timers get created every frame, which causes several runs to occur. For example, in process. Okay. But will it be deleted? Like, where is it created? So what I want to know is if this will delete the timer afterwards. Runs the new scene tree timer after time sec in seconds have passed. The timer will emit the timeout and will automatically be freed. Okay, that's what I want. And then I just await it rather than but won't the await pause the game? Timeout. Emitted when the timer reaches 0. Okay. Let's see if our game freezes. So let's do 5 seconds so I can actually see how that works. And I'm also interested if he will use the same method we did. It doesn't. And it also doesn't. Oh, now it went away. Nice. Okay. Damn, it's so late already. I need to wrap up soon. Okay, that's way too long. Oh, I clicked outside the game. It should wait, where can I do this? It should play that animation. And no longer collide. Collision. Let's search that also. Godot disable collision. Oh. Yeah, that was also a thing one could do. But that depends on the name of this, and I don't really like that part. I don't know if I like that more in general. Where is it? To just keep the name standard and then refer to them rather than having to set them individually. Because if they are a requirement anyway, which they are, why have the effort and do this when I can just use the, like this way in the enemy class? Because if I would do this, want to do this disabled now, the same way as before, I would need to add the collision here and then do the disable here. I don't like that. But I find it weird that the collision, if you don't have a collision, this will give a warning, right? So I would have expected that I could just get the collision because it's such an essential part of the character body. So I would have thought this has a get collision. Get last slide collision. Get slide collision. Get slide collision count. Platform wall layer. Maybe it has and I just have no clue. Let's add a comment here. Do I like this more than the export var setup? And then see if this works even. Doesn't work, it seems. Doesn't work. Collision shape to D. Collision shape to D. Disabled. And they are gone because they all fell through the ground. So setting that disabled true. Okay, this is definitely a property of that. Disabled true. Oh, they are named the same way, so maybe I disabled the hurt box. And because I put it as a global name, maybe it didn't work at all like that. Still doesn't work. Let's check if this, let's do it like this. Remote world level enemies invader 1 collision shape. Let's check if this enemy stats. Okay, that's the wrong enemy, I guess. Invader 2. I should have printed which enemy I heard. Hurt box. This one, okay, Invader 2 is the one we need. And here we want to check the collision and it's not disabled yet. Now we shoot again and it is disabled. So the collision is disabled now. But still, it's normally colliding. Let me Google again. Disabled collision still working. Why is it still colliding after that? I can do set deferred. It works. Curious as to why would the problem happen in the first place. The race condition in Godot property. Let's see if that helps, but why would it be like that? Because this method exits, right? And we do nothing else here. And then this should run afterwards, and it does. Maybe there's something else looping which resets it to false. But it isn't reset to false. We can see it in the editor that it actually took the name it should. Okay, that is all I wanted. Whee! Come on, die. Whee! Yes. Okay, that makes me so happy. Now let's see if with the timeout it also works to then free it. And now this makes no sense anymore. And then we can hopefully stop streaming soon. It's too much fun. I just can't stop. Yes. So how do we now know if it actually dies? Let's do 0.2. And let's kill that one. Okay, it works. So we can do 1 point that. Come on, stop it. Restart, quick. Okay, it dies here, so we fall over a second. Nice. Okay, I like this a lot. I don't understand why we need a deferred. Assigns param value to the given param property at the end of the current frame. This is equivalent to calling set through call deferred. Yeah, why ever? We don't care for now. Let's continue with this.
Then typing in death directly here, just like before with the group names, I'm going to do animation_names.death. So once again, the reason for this is just to have consistency between all objects. So the death name isn't set locally here and the character. It's actually set in our resource here, which is kind of serving like a dictionary across our project where we share all of them. And therefore, every object should have the same death animation name when we're setting it up here. Otherwise, we'll get some kind of error, and we would actually want that so that we can keep the consistency. Okay, so we just need to do play animation_names.death on death. If we hit play,
we did kind of our own thing with this, right?
Shoot our guys a bunch, then we should get the death animation. We did not. I see some error messages in the debugger. Oh, and also, it looks like these resources have not been made unique. So in errors, these are just notices that if you're not using something, you should make it an underscore when it's a parameter. So it's not really problematic here. You can, of course, click on each one and underscore
By the way, why
if
are
you're not
our
using
balls
it.
so big?
You can do underscore health changed. And then over here, we're not using the delta, so we could just underscore till we do need it again. And then there's one over here. Oh yeah, p target is also being used by this method specifically. So as for making sure that when you damage one target, you're not damaging all of them, for the object stats resource, we should make sure that local to scene is toggled on. Now, if you want to just make sure that that applies to all resources that are of this type, and I think we do, then we can edit the script. So I'm going to edit that resource, and then we're going to edit the script here. So in our object stats, if we want to force it to always be local to the scene, then we could do something like function underscore init. And whenever the resource is initialized, we'll say resource.
Is it actually smaller? Wait, why do we get an error here now? Node configurator size change to rigid body will be overridden by the physics engine when running. Change the size in children collision shape instead. In children collision instead. But this is not rigid body anymore. Maybe it just doesn't know. This is basic projectile scene. Basic projectile scene. And now, am I now allowed to change this? No. I don't know why, so we will just do it like this. What is it? Okay, this. So let's go with this size. Oh, we took the same thing for this, okay. Yeah, this makes more sense to be a bit bigger. What? Of course I need to change things and break it all. Have I not set something here? Projectile. Stats. Reload this. It's all set. Oh, this isn't set. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is too small. This is too small. Maybe like that. I think I like this. The falling after the death is so nice. Just feels so much better. Okay. Like that change. Let's hear what he has to say.
I'm gonna edit that resource and then we're gonna edit the script here. So in our object stats, if we want to force it to always be local to the scene, then we could do something like function underscore init. And whenever the resource is initialized, we'll say resource local to scene equals true. So I'll save that. We hit play. And let's shoot this guy a bunch. Okay, he's dead. And this guy a bunch. Now he's dead. So they each have a separate health now, which is more like what we would expect. Alternatively,
so we could do it there. Like we were now in the invader third box, and this thing toggled here, right? So we could enforce this always to be duplicated, which would be smart to do if there's something like current health in there, right? So I will copy that. I think I will just not use resources with variable values like this, but that definitely makes sense to enforce that whenever there's a current health or anything that changes over time, which should not be global, right? And this is per object. So I like to enforce this. And this is again part of the tutorial, which I love, that he like gives those informations. So if I now reset this and then save this and reload this, will it be true? It will not be true here. It's also not aligned correctly, but I don't know if that's makes any difference. I mean, it seems to work, but it's not. Oh, it is showing here. It says on. So I have just no option to turn it off. It's just always. Oh, that's just weirdly shown in the UI. So you can't override it to be not on in this case now. Okay. So it would be nicer to define the default offset actually. Could I do that too if I just do it like this? No. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I nearly throw my water away. Oh my god.
if you still want to set that value here in the inspector and not be confused between this and this, another thing you could do is say if resource local to scene is not true. So we'll say if not resource local to scene, then we'll print a message. So let's say prints resource not local to scene. Let's do %s to import a string here. And then to replace that string with what?
Failing forward indeed. Hi. I will be hopefully done soon, but I just can't stop for half an hour already. How do I say your name? Actionetta? Actionetta? Oh, hi Morgan. You're also coming in right when I want to stop for half an hour already. We'll see how long it actually takes me to stop. ActionNet. Okay. Or just action. I see. Action is nice. Oh, you've been lurking. I see. Thanks for the lurk then. I've been making some progress, and learning a lot, but it definitely was. It was fading forward, but it was so much fading. And I even had a mistake where I did an and rather than an or. That kind of felt like here I had and. That hurt me when I found out I did that stupid mistake. Let's see. Valid happens. Yeah, I know, but it took me too long to find it, right? So I'm fine with it if I do it and then obviously I do something, it works. I just added that line and then half an hour later something didn't work and I debugged in there. I should have just tried it once if it works. And I just didn't expect that to be an error as somewhere else, right? So I just made my life way harder. Happens to the best of us. True.
What we want, let's do %resource name.
Yeah, I'm currently just following the tutorial actually, and
remove this part. So
I did a bunch more than he did already, so I tried to do it all myself.
Then we'll see that this resource for the
and we have way more. Our enemies fall to the ground.
Is not
oh my god.
To the scene. So that'll just kind of be a notice that, hey, we're trying to load a object stats and it's not local to the scene, which means that we might be duplicating it across enemies.
So yeah, I did as much as I could by myself from what he's currently trying to do. And now I'm just checking if he has anything better, other options and stuff like that. That looks cool. You have quite a bit already done. Yeah, I have. I mean, it's nothing to do with what I want to do as a project, but it's kind of fun to have progress compared to, like, today felt like it wasn't just basically make things move, but it was more detailed stuff, right? It was more actually some things that feel fun now or look nicer. It's the good kind of progress, not the I learned something, but I actually ended up doing something with the stuff I learned. I was working on an application on time and forgot a return, and several days later of development that return missing broke the entire application, so we all go through it. Oh yeah, I mean, I have had those errors before, right? Lots of those errors, but it's just especially painful if you make your life hard at some point later when you forgot that you might have done that mistake. But yeah, I know that feeling.
There is actually some kind of enemy that maybe shares health between different enemies. In the outlier case, you might actually want
thanks for the follow action.
For object stats. But we'll just check it here so that all of our object stats on the
I've been bouncing around software and game development streams in my short break from reverse engineering. Ooh, what do you do? And where do you live if you're... Wait, from your work break? It's 0... It's like 10... How do I say that in English? It's 0:11. 10 minutes after midnight. I do reverse engineering as a hobby. Oh, I see. Started at assembly for too long. Stayed at assembly for too long. Oh, okay. I know enough of it to appreciate reverse engineering, but I know little enough to have no clue what you would actually do and how you would do it. 10 minutes after midnight, somewhere around France. Germany, yeah.
So that guy got hit.
Morten, how have you been?
Hit 10 times again.
How's your... I think I haven't asked how your new job is actually. No Germany emotes. If it's still fun, the job. I should wait. Let me make a note to add some Germany emotes. Add Germany emotes. Okay. I will do that later. You were close. Yeah, actually. But you were also like by the jokes of it and how the internet sees it, you were very far off, right? Because France and Germany, by cliche, don't go along too well. But yeah, it's literally just a hop away from France, Germany. No, Germany, I've been, well, job has been going well, still fun, been chilling lately, which is nice. Oh, that's cool. I'm really happy for you, especially with like waiting so long for then finding something, and that it's still cool now. It's really great. Yeah, I will see how my job thing goes with either I get super much money from next year onwards, or we'll just probably try to find new jobs, everyone. But for sure it will be the good way, and then I'll be not super rich, but I can go to Japan way more often. It's nice to have money. Oh yes, I see. My brain isn't brain things right now. Okay. Oh, it literally says German in the description. Oh, true. It just says German in the description, actually. Yeah. Japan. Ayaya. Wait, I have Ayaya, but I don't have German emotes. Oh, it's a 70-week global emote. That's why I have it. I see. Yeah, I want to be back to Japan next year. I need to. After half a year there, I'm still on, how do you say that? Entzug is the German word. Entzug. Deprivision. I'm on withdrawal. Japan withdrawal. Priorities, yeah. I was in the middle and one of my ships was out of Japan. I want to go back. Ooh. That must be cool too. Were you in, where the many ships are? Were you in Nagoya, I think is the one? Or was it Nagasaki? I think there's like one town at the coast where I went, and there were so many military ships, and they even built those there. But then probably it was Japan ships, right, and not foreign ships. Damn, streaming is sometimes too much fun. I really need to go to bed to get up early tomorrow to go to Hamburg. But I need to check now. Wait, let me see. Yeah, it was Nagasaki, where they have military a lot of military ships. So from the place I went and my hotel and the stuff I watched there was also some like highly placed old British style buildings. You can see the harbor, and there were a lot of cool looking military ships. Sasebo. Yokosuka is where a lot of US ships are. Oh, I see. Sasebo is the Nagasaki prefecture. I see. Okay. Oh, we can't actually see that on screen. Yeah, I did it on a second monitor. Because I didn't know what would open if I just open maps and stuff like that, right? If it would just pin down where my home is or something like that. So I rather open it there. But yeah, okay. Sasebo. Oh yeah, now I see Sasebo. Wait, was I there too? Yokosuka. Oh, I wanted to go there. I wanted to go with the ferry from the other island there. Wait, can I? I think there's nothing here that I don't want to show. Like here, this island. I wanted to go down there to this place and then go with the ferry over through this and then like continue with my trip that I did. Because I don't know, something down here I wanted to see. I think I want to go somewhere here because something might be beautiful there, something like that. I don't know. But I didn't have enough time, so I went directly to Kyoto. But yeah, I wanted to be there, but I didn't end up to go actually. Minesweepers, I didn't get to go up that far. Oh, I see. Minesweeper, but underwater mines or what? And then you just drive around and it tracks down into the sea. Sea mines, interesting. I didn't know that there are special ships for that, but it kind of makes sense. The only active ships that are made of wood in the Navy. Oh, wait, it makes sense that you don't want to track your own metal, right? Because mines are tracked to metal ships. Yeah. Oh, true, because you don't want to explode also and not just distract the sensors. Huh. That's interesting. They are the average class minesweepers. Interesting. Yeah, I never thought about that. Well, I learned even more today, so that's good. I got a new controller. Let me see if I can show like this one, which is custom colors, the Xbox Series stuff, and I wanted to really play with it today and play with a bit more of Horizon Zero Dawn. Forbidden West, Horizon Forbidden West. But I was just so focused on coding that now it's no time anymore to switch over and play that game. Well, technically, that's the average countermeasure ship designation for short. I see. But yeah, I was about to say let's continue and I'll end soon, and then I recalled that I really wanted to actually play a bit with a new controller that just arrived, but that have to wait for tomorrow or maybe even in a week, because from Wednesday till next Monday I will visit a friend, so I'll not be home, not streaming, and then only stream from Tuesday onwards again. But yeah, let's watch a bit of the video.
That's just like using,
because I like for 40 to 50 minutes ago I wanted to stop, and then in 10 minutes I want to sleep, and I'll definitely not do that, but maybe I'll manage to sleep in like an hour from now if we watch a bit of video now.
Forcing it. If you want it to be more like a warning, you could do like push warning, and if we toggle that off and hit play, then it'll show up in the debugger instead.
Oh, interesting.
So,
rather than forcing it.
Do that.
I'm fine with forcing this.
You're never going to be like sharing object stats, the health between multiple.
I would like it to be forced, but possible to overridden. That would be my optimal, but it seems not work.
This is more of a strong message, and you'll
video watch time, yeah.
That
just a bit.
There needs to be a
and then we stop again and stall, right? That's how it goes always.
Okay, so
never goes by plan.
Sprite 2D. We can see that we didn't really get a message about the stats being empty. So we never...
Well, our stats are not empty.
That means we're never going to connect to the signal. So maybe we want to require there to be a stats value. So we could say function ready. We're going to check if stats has actually been set. So if not stats, then we're going to push a warning. Stats must be assigned. Then I'll say like... square brackets just to emphasize the property name. Stats must be assigned in object sprite 2D.
In general, I think what he does now is really important to enforce those things, but
want, you can also do one for the
for now we don't need that. I think
animation. If not animation
is enemy,
then push
like
warning,
enforce these
animation names.
That's really nice to do. Just make sure that they have a value.
Well, instead of
when we require them later, right? But
%s,
for the test project,
that %s with a string,
I don't know. Don't need that.
Following the string, and then we just say name, which is the name of the node. Okay, so here we'll say %s, and then we do %, and then what are we replacing the %s with? Name. So S here represents string. You can also do like D for decimal values. So if you're doing a number instead of a string, then you would just put a D here and then give it a float or an integer over here instead of a string. So if we play now,
listening.
we should get some debugger messages. Okay, there we got 6. So just in that little ready check, we actually know that a bunch of stuff is not assigned
I
properly.
mean, while he is fixing that, we could do the ready check, right?
Little checks like that, just to
Not if not.
know that you haven't set up the inspector yet.
If not,
So we want to copy the object stats. So I'm going to right click here, copy, go to character sprite,
no,
and then we paste the stats. So we need to have character stats
warning.
here. And currently the hurt box has object stats. So object stats can set a character stats, but the character stats can't set an object stat. So we actually want to create a new character stats here. And we're going to check local to scene. I'm going to right click here, copy, go to hurt box, and paste it in here. Okay, now they're sharing the same character stats. And animation names, we can quick load this from the project. Click the drop down, quick load, animation names from data.animationnames.tres. So there we have the death animation name, and there we have the health and current health of our enemy. If we hit play, the debugger messages should go away because we properly set these values. So if I shoot this guy 10 times, well, it's not playing the death animation. So let's actually toggle.
I think he has some problems that we don't.
Death. Shoot this guy a few more times, and we can see it's not actually triggering. So if we check stats, we can make sure that the death signal is actually emitting. So I'm going to right click on the death signal, look up signal. We have signal death here. It should emit right here. So let's set a breakpoint right there when death gets emitted.
While he's fixing it, we'll try to unset
and we can see
this.
We actually hit the breakpoint, so we can continue that. Okay, and if I check the character sprite 2D in the inspector resource,
but we don't get errors from that as we should.
Value or the ID of this resource and the ID of the other resource.
Ooh, now we do.
Consistent. So I think if we save the character stats to the project, let's try going up to enemies, and we'll say invader stats here. Invader stats.
Works.
Here, yes. Okay.
Cool.
Then we're going to have it from the same file, and it's going to be local to the scene. So let's try this. Character sprite. We're going to, once again, quick load the invader stats. Okay. And now let's hit play. And
I might have missed why he added invaders.
Okay, so death emits, and then we do hit the play for the on-death response. Okay, so if I play again, okay, good. That's exactly what we want. So this character died. These characters did not. So here's what's happening. We're loading from the invader stats on our project directories. When it's loaded into these scenes, it becomes localized to the scene, and then Character Sprite 2D and Hurtbox 2D are sharing the same file, which is a duplicated copy of the original. And that happens for each of the 3 invaders we create. So they each basically get their own duplicated copy, which is local to the scene, but we have it saved on our project, and we can edit it there as well. That's actually better than what I was doing before, where we have it embedded inside of the scene. So now it's saved to the project, but we get a new duplicate for each invader. So
that's what we have. That's what we have.
Looking for.
Whatever he changed there, it's just now what we had.
Now, because we know it's working. So now we can run our project again and just test. So all of them should be.
4 minutes till I wanted to sleep.
So I think
he shall talk quicker.
I would just do a bit more damage. So I'll go into.
We do 60 actually.
We'll change the weapon stat basic and change that to 25. So because this is saved to the project and saved inside of the fireable basic TRES, if we click in here and we see the stats, well, we've updated the stats.
Wait, where is our damage? We want to have the same damage. Weapon stats is in the projectile's hitbox. In the projectile, stats 25. So now we need 4 hits. And we still do 60 damage. Did I not save it or what? Let's try again. Okay, now 4 kills him. Great.
So this references the weapon stats basic on
time to watch on 2x speed. I usually do that, but I thought like for a stream with me talking, music going, and then talking 2x might be a bit too much. But I could definitely just speed up if he doesn't come to the point. But I think the break is just there, where he switches to behavior AI. So it should be any second now that we're done.
On the hard drive, and we already updated that, so it updates here as well, because this is just a reference to that object in the project. So, oh, I'm good. Our projectile now does 25 damage, so that would mean 4 hits to deal 100. And so, of course, we still have a bunch of work here to do. It's kind of boring if we just hit them and nothing happens, so we probably want some knockback, and maybe we can have the characters flash red when they get hit, so more of an indication about what's happening.
Well,
And
our
after
death is
they
already
play the death
cooler.
animation for maybe a second or so, they should remove themselves from the scene.
Yeah,
so we'll
they
continue
do.
with all that in
They
the next
even-
video.
Wait, they
Chris.
even, if I do it here. Damn it. Okay, we need to time this. Wait, I'll show you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, you didn't see, but they removed themselves after 1 second. So literally here, he disappears somewhere there. Okay, but next video,
So I
he
hope
said.
you guys are enjoying the series so far.
I do.
The projectile platformer 1-bit series. So we'll continue.
Even though
on.
it's a bit messy in between, I don't know. Could have taken a bit more structure and not go back and forth all the time. But other than that, I love it. I love the details. I love that he just goes into the specifics on how he structures it. And I think the way, even though it's a bit messy, really helps for him to reconsider why he does stuff and explain all the details. So maybe a structured one wouldn't have all the little interesting thoughts and details. So I'm happy with how it is, even if I struggle a bit in between.
That in the next video or two. If you need the project snapshots, again, you can find them in the description from Ko-Fi or Patreon. And until the next video, I've been Chris. Thanks for watching, and I will see you then. So in this part of the series, I want to make sure that when we hit our enemies, that they can be knocked back a bit. So we can call that, say, a hit or knockback state. Also want to be sure that gravity is affecting our enemies. And
We
we may
even
want to
have
also do something like churn.
Gravity already for enemies. Let me show that too. I can push them off and then kill them. How great is that?
In the color of the enemy red after getting hit.
Yeah,
To
that's
further
cool.
indicate that our objects or characters are taking damage. So let's start with the simplest part.
Okay, but we will not continue now. I would love to, really, but then I would just mess up tomorrow, which is a bad idea. Okay, so we will pause this video here, continue there probably tomorrow. I don't know when I will be back home, but if I'm home in time, I'll continue that tomorrow. Which also means I probably again don't have time to test out the controller, which sucks. But what can I do? Yeah. Thanks everyone for watching. And have a great day and night, whatever, or morning. And I'll probably be back tomorrow. Let me find the end stream part and ban that message. Okay. Did that work? It did. Okay. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching and the follows and chatting and everything. It was really fun today. So much progress, and I hope it will be equally much progress tomorrow. So with that, bye.